Send stars to show your support. Siri_bot has joined Cerebro Love. Artextric is now live. Streaming VTuber, Draw with me anime art studies and reactions 21 #podcast #animeart #HOWTODRAW #art. I'm not sure if you saw the news, but Rooster Teeth has finally bit the dust. They had this coming for a while.
Yeah, I already did the video on that. Hold on. That video came out yesterday. Ugh. Hold on.
On YouTube. I'll
Yep.
check it out.
There's a picture of Ruby on it with my character on it. It's just a reaction to me talking about it. It's not like I did a bunch of editing or anything. Hold on. Okay, we're here. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, got that out of the way. Okay. 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 Now what we're gonna do.
Bot Rix has correctly joined the channel.
Hold on. There you go. I feel like I'm missing something. Okay. The one thing I hate is when my hands are cold. So you can't react fast enough. Well, not react, but your fingers feel very weird to do anything. Like trying to play a video game or anything. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so what I'll do is record. Shit. Oh. Oh yeah. She said, wait, I technically did it. I'll just give it to her in a bit. So I don't even have to do it. Okay. Wait, can I be part of this? Motherfucker.
Good afternoon,
no.
Teach.
Hold on. Hold on. Good afternoon. There we go. Alright. Okay, there we go. So what should I draw? Interesting. Okay. Alright. Hello everyone. Those of you who are here. I hope you guys are having a very glorious day. Okay. Oh yeah. Hold on. Okay.
Says hi, I'm back again.
Hello, welcome back. Let's see here.
Says squish hard, man, what you up to?
I was supposed to make a commercial for that TikTok thing, but I realized I have 12 days till then. I'm gonna need my sister to help me with that. I'm gonna need her phone. So, can't do it today. Maybe after the stream when I'm done, when she gets home or so. So I came on stream
Thank you, Bundy Martinez, for X 105 likes. Thank you, Eddie Jazz my PFPBTW for following.
Says no, remember the one who posts stories.
Yeah, I know, that was your name. Let me see here.
Thank you, Bundy Martinez, for X 195 likes.
Okay, like that. Neck is about here.
Thank you, Bundy Martinez, for X 285
Says
likes.
I came. Sweet.
I came. Yeah, it's came. So we're gonna see how it works and
Thank you, Bundy Martinez,
do the
for X 390 likes.
for TikTok.
Says hi, teach.
Hello. We're not gonna be playing. I don't think we're gonna be playing.
Thank you, Bundy Martinez, for X 470
We're not gonna be
likes.
playing. What do you call it? Genshin
Says
today.
why are you not taking as much?
Let me take this one. What do you mean by that? We won't be playing Genshin tonight. We'll be playing Marvel Snap.
Thank you, Bundy Martinez, for X 575
Says how are you doing
likes.
today?
I'm doing well. I'm supposed to do a quick tutorial on shoulders.
Thank you, Bundy Martinez, for X 665 likes.
Says why are you not talking that much? I mean.
Talking that much. I think I'm talking just fine.
Thank you,
Says
Bundy
who I
Martinez,
wanted.
for X 755 likes.
I don't think I'm talking that less, to be honest.
Thank you,
but
Bundy
we will
Martinez,
be.
for X
Says because you aren't talking as much.
I'm not really sure what that means. But
Thank you, Bundy
but
Martinez,
the thing
for
is
X
that
950
we're
likes.
gonna be playing Marvel Snap today. There's some TikTok event that they want me to take part of. I did not know about it till today.
Thank you, Bundy Martinez, for X
some of you may actually
likes.
see it in the corner somewhere in the advertisement for TikTok stuff. The body here is a little bit too. I'm gonna round this off like that and like that. The breast is the body upper half is too. Like that, and then we're gonna make this smaller. There we go. And then we'll make this smaller. See how close to a 1-on-1 we are. Now the problem with this gesture is that mine is way too straight. That's the problem right here, if you look closely.
Says teach, could you do a tutorial on body length after the shoulders?
Alright.
Says by just going back to scrolling on TikTok.
Alright, later. So like
Says
right
hey,
here.
yo, you should check if there's a sponsorship for Snap. You can pair them together XD low.
Okay, I'll see if I can. This probably is. The spine is too straight here. This one, as you can see, the spine kind of curves. There's a little bit of a tilt from her shoulder, from her head to her shoulders down. So what I'm going to do is grab the head. Actually, no, I'm going to grab the neck, the head alone. Put it more of a tilt like this. Oops, sorry, my mistake. That. And then have the back. Now what I'm going to do is turn this down, get closer, and I'm going to make sure the shoulder oops. Like that. And then the rest is gonna be up more like this.
Thank you, Paolo Cesare Maldini, for following.
You're not crying. Yeah, I'm not
Thank you
crying.
also for following.
Oh. Okay, and then that's a little bit too. Oh, up there. Ah, fucked up on the. Okay.
Says teach you should try playing Project Sakai. Says hey.
What is that? Let's see. Nah, the legs look so weird. And then like that. What I'm gonna do,
Says a game with animeart style.
I'll look at it in a bit. I don't think I've heard that, but I'll check it out later. Okay, let me see the show. Okay, this is where. No, I'll do it like this.
Says, but it's tablet, mobile only.
Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with. I don't think I'll play that. I don't think I'll be playing that. That's gonna be too much of a hell for me to record all that, and it's already hell enough me doing this. And this is with a computer.
Says hi teach. How are I?
Hello. I'm doing well. What about you? Let's see. Kind of wanted to give that game on the mobile a chance to play. The game was called something Arc. Blue Arc, I think it's called. Blue Arc. Right here. Okay.
Says there is also a new game in development called Project Muggin.
I already signed up for that a long time ago.
Says it's like Spider-Man and GTA combined.
Yeah.
Says oh you did.
Yep. I signed up for that a long time ago. When it was first announced, I went to the website and signed up for it. So we have to wait and hope I get the stream key. Not stream key, but the game key, whatever the fuck they call it. So it's just a matter of time. We'll see. Now this part here is a little bit
Says,
too
but
wide.
you can't play the beta yet, right?
Nope. Nope. Hold this down. Like. Nope. You gotta wait till they start giving keys. That's like, I don't know if it's gonna be this year or next year, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be this year. Okay.
Says I cannot believe what Sweet Baby Ink said to the Dragon Balls, the actor who passed away. Says I should sing up then.
Actor? You mean Arthur?
Says you know the actor who passed yesterday. They made fun of him.
Yesterday? What actor? You mean like a voice actor? What are you talking about?
Thank you, Devin Williams, for X 106 likes.
Says oh brother.
Thank
Hold
you,
on,
Devin
gimme a
Williams,
second.
for X 196 likes.
I think you're
Thank
talking
you,
about.
Maria, for following.
If I'm right, I think you're referring to the Arthur, not the actor.
Thank you, Devin Williams, for X 286 likes.
You mean Akira Toriyama? I think that's what you're referring to.
Thank you, Devin
He was the
Williams,
creator
for
of
X
Dragon Ball.
376 likes.
He's the one who started Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, Blue Dragon, Chrono Trigger, and Sandland. I think.
Says UW.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let's see here.
Thank you, Cindy Elliott, for following.
Right there.
Says dude, do you think I'm cool? Says bots
I
incoming.
guess so. Yeah, incoming. The bots are coming. The bots
Thank you,
are
Devin Williams, for
coming.
X 474 likes.
Roses are roses, baby.
Thank you, Candy Canes, for sending 1X rose.
I'd rather you guys
Thank
follow.
you, Devin Williams, for X 564
On Clownfish
likes.
TV. Sweet Baby Uncle Backlash Gets Worse. Gaming Journo's
Says y'all
last
like
stand.
or
They made
follow
fun
or
of the
leave.
Goku actor from Dragon Balls who passed yesterday.
Thank you, Devin Williams, for X
What actor?
669 likes.
The made fun of
Thank
the
you,
Goku
Mono, for
actor.
X
That
97 likes.
actor. I'll look at the video later. I don't think it's an actor.
Thank you, Devin Williams, for X 759 likes.
It's a Japanese actor, or you're saying actor? I believe you're talking about Arthur, but if you're saying actor, then it must have been if
Thank you, Devin
the one that
Williams,
most
for X
recently
849
passed
likes.
away after Kuriyama
Thank
was
you, Mono, for X 195 likes.
I forgot his name. The dude who did the voice of Frieza.
Thank you, Mono, for X 285 likes.
I think that's what you're referring to. You mean by that? If we're talking about an actor, voice actor.
Thank you, Pixie Online, for following. Thank you, Devin Williams, for X 954 likes. Thank you, Mono, for X 390 likes. Thank you, Jariel Trimble, for following.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Mono, for X 480 likes. Thank you, Devin Williams, for X 1044 likes.
Okay. That.
Thank you, Mono, for X 567 likes.
Okay. Like that. Like that. And then curve it over here.
Thank you, Jariel Trimble, for X106 likes.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mono,
Says
for
have a nice day,
X672
cutie
likes.
W.
Thank you.
Says it lose
I
cute.
appreciate it. Yeah, it looks adorable. It looks alright.
Thank you, MINECRAFTIAN, for X105 likes. Thank you, Jariel Trimble, for X196 likes.
Okay. Like that.
Thank you, Maria, for X105 likes.
Oh, my neck.
Thank you, MINECRAFTIAN, for X195 likes.
I'm gonna put some shadows in the areas that shows overlapping. Okay. And then the breast is like that.
Thank you, Maria, for X195 likes.
Okay, there we go. And then what we'll do, I'm going to keep it kind of simple. I'm not going to do the eyes today. Oh, not right now, but like, I'll put those as placeholders. Okay, now, there we go. I think it's lower than that. Comes to the skirt. For how many hours do you do live streams? 8 hours a day. I stream every day for 8 hours or longer. Are you thinking of becoming a content creator or a streamer or something? That's why you asked that question? Or are you just curious? Mm-hmm. So what you want to do as a creator? Is there a specific niche you want to cater to, or you're not sure yet? Or you have an idea or something? Okay. Yes. Will you stop saying 2211? I don't know why you keep saying that. Stop spamming that. The question is, what do you want to do as a content creator?
Says ban them.
They're gone. Mora took care of it. Yeah, so the question, drawing, okay. So what do you want to get into drawing? Like what, like anime, realistic stuff, like acrylics, like, not acrylics, I mean like more like abstract things, like, what do you want to do? What are you looking forward to doing?
Says got rid of their sorry us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there you go. Okay. Cartoon. Okay, that's good. Cartoon's more geometric if you're
Thank you, Mora
we're going
Lathers,
more
for X102 likes.
cartoon. Cartoons are more focused on geometric shapes. More of more shape language than anything. anime tends to run with stylization and I want to say more realistic, but as realistic as possible. There are some exceptions.
Says I got into my old Snap account, forgot how much money I had in it low.
That's crazy.
Says that Mario Artist Namedrogen has a cartoon style, but personally I recommend this guy here.
Artextric is now live.
Did you say Snap?
Streaming art, draw with me anime art studies and reactions 21 hashtag podcast hashtag animeart hashtag how to draw hashtag art.
Did they just put me on Twitch? Are you serious? That's crazy. Nice. Let me see. No, has a cartoon style, but personally I recommend this guy here. Thank you. But yeah, so like the thing with cartoons, it's really like Western cartoons, like your Dexter's Lab, your Johnny
Says yeah,
Bravos.
the Marvel Snap account.
You said money. Your Johnny Bravos, your Dexter's Lab, your Samurai Jacks, your Powerpuff Girls, or I guess even your Steven
Says he'll
Universes.
become a student soon.
It's really focused on the idea of becoming a student. Okay. It's really focused on geometric shapes. So like something with like say Dexter. Dexter is really square and sharp. He has a very square and.
Says who are you drawing?
No one in particular. I'm just doing a study, but he's very square and he has a very like round shaped head with an arm like this. So it's just really focused on the idea of keeping things very.
Says underscore.
Like that. And his little hair like that or something like that. If I had a picture, I would do a better job. But it's really focused on the idea of keeping things very geometrical. It's not really about flow. It's more about like.
Says yes. What the in-game currency and not going to put real money into an app game. That's wild law.
Oh, I thought that's what you meant. But yeah, it's not. It's all about the focus on geometric shapes. It's not really focused on like flow and.
Says who is this woman?
It's woman. No, I'm just doing a study. I don't even know who this is, to be honest. But the anime aesthetic's there, so I'm just seeing if I can do it. Okay, let's see. Okay, now this part here. I want to fix this part. It looks really distracting. So, erase this part. And then we'll have it like that. And then a little bit more personality in that sense. Okay. What I'll do is grab this whole half, because I feel like it's too far. I'll push it up a little bit higher, just a little bit. Not that much, but a little bit enough. There we go. And then I'm going to clean it up again. Things seem easy to see. Okay. Just a little bit easier.
Thank you very much for following.
Alright. Thank you for the follows. I do appreciate it. Guys, I'm trying to get to 100,000. If you want to help me out, keep following. That's all I want. I don't care for like the gifts right now. All I care right now is just get to that 100,000 count. We're so close to 100,000.
Thank you very much for following.
There's a gap here. This gap, I don't think it's supposed to be here. I think we're supposed to pull this down a little bit more. So I'm going to grab this whole upper half here. Grab it here. Up, down there. And pull it down. Do you take snack break? No. When I'm streaming, I don't take a snack break. If my folks bring me food or I get food, that's one thing, but no, I don't. I don't really get up to get a snack break. I stay till I'm done.
Thank you, DXN Stormy, for following.
Let me see. Thank you. that. All right, give it more 3D look. Okay, now. Okay. I don't think. Okay. So I'm gonna do new follower.
Thank you, Blaze TikTok, for X 200 likes.
Thank you, I do appreciate it. Okay. Or to stretch. No, not really. I don't really need to, because, like, I don't think I need to. Thanks for stating my problem. What are you using to draw?
Likes.
I'm using XP Pen E22. If you want to get the one I have, in the link in description, if you want to go get it. If you also going to ask what program I'm using called Clip Studio Paint. If you want it, link in bio. Just to let you guys know, I'm also on Twitch, YouTube, and other platforms. I'm streaming to all of them right now as we speak. I'm not just streaming to TikTok alone. I don't stream to TikTok alone whenever I'm streaming. I'm usually streaming on all platforms all at once. It's ever rare if I'm just streaming to one platform.
Thank you, Blaze TikTok, for X 380 likes.
So if you rather watch it from Twitch, you can go over there if you like. If you don't want to, you can stay where you are. No skin off my bones on that one. But if you want to, that's up to you.
Thank you, Blaze TikTok, for X 472 likes.
Oh, she has shoes on. Okay. I didn't see the shoes. Okay. So let's go like this. The foot is about like this big.
Says Admaria very rarely, but he does.
I stream to every platform. And Facebook. I keep forgetting that one too. I stream to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Trovo. And TikTok if I said that already. All at once, every day. For about 8, minimum 4, but maximum 8 to 9 hours, depending on how the day is going. And I am an art teacher, so if you're trying to get into art or trying to learn how to draw, just ask me. Oh, well, you can't just ask me, you gotta become a student, but like, if you want in-depth work or in-depth things for me to look at, or you want me to give you an assessment where you should work on, just become a student. And to become a student, you subscribe, and that's it. On TikTok or Patreon, depending on which one you choose. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's do this again. Let's turn this down again. This time, we're not going to make any excuses like okay. Okay.
Says Teach, I asked you something on Insta because TikTok isn't letting me do it here.
Go on Twitch. Wait, you said I asked you something on Insta. Oh, on Insta? Okay, I'll check it in a bit. For how many years have you been doing arts? I've been drawing since I was 6. Didn't take it seriously till I was 23, 24. And when I say drawing, I've been like, doodling whenever I feel like it type stuff over the course of my life, but I didn't take it like professionally seriously till I was like 23.
Glad Roger just rated the channel with 6 viewers, PogChamp.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you guys.
Yo ho 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 kappa.
Yo ho ho.
Gladra yoho, Gladra yoho, Gladra yoho, Gladra yoho, Gladra yoho.
Thank you.
Yo ho 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 kappa.
Cap. Hey, what's up, Ultra? What's going on, bro? How's life going? Welcome back to the stream, my bro. Let's see. How's everyone over there from the Gold Roger? Or was
Too
Gold
hot
Roger?
and okay.
Was it Ultra? It was from the Gold Roger crew.
Mina Fox High Gladro HANDS Gladro HANDS
Hello, guys.
Gladro ROGER. Yo ho 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 Artex. Last stream a new world record. This a
Ooh.
few new PBs.
Yes, a lot more than before. You're growing. It's it's like
Yo-ho.
last more.
All
That's
is
amazing.
good.
That's amazing to hear. So, what?
87 degrees here, Kappa.
What did you guys play? Did you guys play any 87 degrees? Oh my god. I think it's still snowing where I'm at, but Jesus, that's crazy. I wish it was 87 degrees right now.
So the glot_life going insane, and end of the month we will get GOLD Roger for Pirate Warriors, the game we play ATM. Snowing.
Yep.
I wish it was snowing here right now, Kappa.
But it's like little flurries, it's not something too serious. Let me see. I'll read your thing in a second. Mono, I got you. I'll read your thing in a second. Just give me a second.
Thank you, Natasha family, for following.
Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it, guys. Trying to stay focused. Don't get distracted. But I'm gonna answer the question in 2 seconds when it comes to the whole like the shoulders.
Yeah, take your time.
Because I'm supposed to answer the question. Because someone asked me, how do you do shoulders? That really depends on the angle, but like, shoulders are pretty easy to deal with in most cases. I think what most people kind of mess up on is the connecting between the shoulder blades and the clav.
Alright, I'm in lurk mode after the stream, but I hope your view counter increases so that you will be soon affiliate.
Yeah, I'm trying my best.
Yes, just a bit would be nice. This FL heat is killer already, and it's only March, Kappa.
Oh, I hear you, bro. Like one of my mods was complaining about that yesterday. She said in Florida, like, she said it was hot as hell in the night, and I think that's the worst time to ever be hot. Like, when it gets like too warm is when it's warm at night instead of like in day. I can understand the day, but like when it's like hot in the night, I think that's the worst nights to ever live in, like in Florida. Because,
it was hard to sleep yet.
Yeah, because like you're in a cold sweat, and then if your AC is broke, you're kind of pretty much screwed.
Happy face, I got some arts myself as furry. Happy face, I do have some artists on hand. Well,
nice.
It's never too late to maybe watch what others do.
Yeah, it's never too late. I've been watching a bunch of Japanese artists lately on YouTube. I should check on Twitch more often and like make more of like connections between them. I should really do that more often when I'm not streaming. I'm just in there in someone else's stream and just say hi and check out what they're doing and ask them questions. Cause like right now, what's currently plaguing me.
Yeah, my AC is basically dead right now.
Oh, that sucks so much, bro. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry to hear that. Oh man. And then and ACs are not like easy. They're pretty much expensive, I think, nowadays, especially in Florida, especially because, you know, it's hot there. Like natural ability, so like that's I'm pretty sure AC prices are up the
Well, my highest commission was like $750, but I think it was almost 4 years ago. Happy face.
Okay. So wait, why don't you like, do you do like VTubing? Because that's what I do. I do a little VTubing. I dabble in, well, VTubing creating. I do like VTubing.
Most of my neighborhood has been having AC issues.
Oh, that sucks. So like it's a power thing? Is that what that is? Like it's a power thing? I'm assuming. Let me see. Okay. What the? Okay. Uh-oh, I did that backwards. Yeah, because most of the bending is coming from here. Okay.
Mine needs to be completely redone, I think, and there's I don't know exactly, but some issues I heard they were having also.
Oh god, that sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. That really does suck because like times are tough and things are so goddamn expensive, so you have to pay for that and deal with that. And then if, oh god, you're not renting, are you? Are you rent? I think most people are renting now. I don't even think people like. I think if people are pretty much like either renting or really just trying to get out of Florida at this point, given the high insurance.
Well, my hand is bad, I don't like what my hand's doing, so I'm more someone that asks artists to do it, cause when I try drawing, happy face, it looks like you gave a 9-year-old a pencil, but some artists like my composition work cause I do have some good ideas what could match in terms of backgrounds, etc.
Oh, okay.
It's like 10K for a new system kappa.
Oh, hell no. No. 10K. You're paying a tuition at that point. Like, no. You know, all you need to do is, like, turn on the sink if you have, like, turn on the sink and just, like, bathe yourself, or go in the shower, bathe yourself, and get a fan, buy, like, a $60, $70 fan, and sit in front of it, and that's all you can do. Cause like that's
My hand is not still enough to let me make something myself what I would like.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not renting, living with my parents still. House is kinda crowded too, so even worse kappa.
I understand. I'm in the same boat with you. I'm in the same boat. I'm with my folks too because of the bullshit. I was supposed to be in Florida way back in like what 2018, 2019. On my own. I was supposed to be on my own in Florida by myself, but that didn't end up being what it is because the whole pandemic thing came through within the year. I was supposed to leave within 2020 in February or so in 2020, and then when all shit hit the fan, that's when it just ruined everything for me. I was supposed to go down to Florida, get a house, find a house, and stuff, but that didn't happen. And then it just changed a bunch of fucking plans and outcomes, and I would have been like, I think if shit didn't hit the fan within the time of the pandemic, I think what would have happened, I would have been.
Don't come here, it's too hot kappa.
I don't think the hotness is the last thing most people worry about. I think it's more of those the insurance, like when it comes to like homeowner insurance, roofing insurance.
Well, I must admit our house is gigantic still with my family, but we have with 3 persons like 240 square meters, 3 baths, etc., so I can't complain about it being too crowded.
I gotcha. It's wild because like we were supposed to go to Florida back in 2020, right? Well, us as a family, but I was supposed to be on my own at that point. But I think if things didn't go left with the whole like pandemic and it was taken care of within like probably a month or two, things would have resumed what was to plan, right? And then what happened, it was like
it's expensive here, and Florida is basically cheap LA kappa.
Yeah. Basically cheap LA. It's cheap LA. Oh, I would never want to move to LA.
But I don't have to worry about AC. Since energy is way too pricey. So yeah, German bro.
I gotcha. Damn, that's funny. That sucks though. I'm not gonna lie, that really do suck. Okay, like this, and then
I would live in the hills of California, but not LA in the city, hell no.
Hell no. Yeah, far away where people can't, yeah. Yeah, I would, live in the hills or far away from the society because the crime over there is rampant as fuck. Like it's unnaturally rampant.
Well, we pay like
Says hi.
$0.64 per kilowatt hour of energy, so yeah,
Hey,
our
Ballsy.
energy is way too pricey to get any AC.
Damn. Go on, 64 so. Damn. That's crazy. Don't stop, we're in lockdown. I don't know, man. Like, the world
Says,
is...
how was your day?
Oh, it's going alright. Could we go better, but I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. I think I should be just grateful. Can't complain.
Be a
Says
support hero
okay.
today. By using
Well, what
commands
about you?
like
How's your day going?
/donation and /cash app.
Says good.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's right here. Right here.
I mean, the devices over here are very cheap, like about 2K for a good machine, but yeah, you paying on another side that never stops more in the end. Happy face.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. That really sucks, though. I think I honestly believe if things didn't go down the way it did in 2020, I think I would have been married by now. Yeah, I think I would have been married by now. I think at this time I would probably had a kid coming on the way too. Yeah, I have that feeling that would have happened. Or I'd probably be having kids right now. Is music better or
Says teach you have a girlfriend.
Yes.
And the summer of 2022 where we had like 100,4 degree, I would have liked an AC.
I hear you. Yeah, I do.
Living near the beach in FL also makes the moisture humidity even worse, so if you come to Florida, live more inland, and live in more so the northern areas of Florida. It will still be hot, but not terrible from the crazy humidity more towards to coasts Kappa.
Yeah, let's see. Don't forget to keep in chat. Don't forget to keep in chat button. What? Wait, you said you would send it to me. Damn, I'm done. Really go to bed now. Yeah. No. I said I'll send it to him on from YouTube.
2022 was so bad in the summer.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Wasn't that after the whole George Floyd thing? Or was that in 2020? No, that was last year. No, that was 2 years ago. Was that in 2020?
Our AC was completely dead.
That sucks. My subscription ends on the 15th, and I sub for 1 month, so I sub again after this one.
Trust me. 2022 I was turning my PC off cause I was worrying to even use it anymore since well outside in the shadow 100,4 inside my room was like 114 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wait, my subscription ends on the 15th, and I subbed for 1 month only. So I subbed again after this one ends. Will it count as a second one? As long as you're subbed, yeah, it will always count. Like as long as TikTok is subbed and I see the sub thing over your thing saying hero with the fruit next to it, then yeah. It doesn't. It only counts as long as I see that. It's like, As long as that's there.
Sun trough the roof.
You're still
Makes
okay.
rooms hotter than outside. I was living that time in the basement.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, the base. That's the worst time whenever it's hot to live in a basement. You know how hot it gets in a basement? Or cold, depending on, like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, one place that always gets the most is probably the basement. Especially if you're living down there. The basement always gets the most shit. No matter where you are. If it's hot, it's the hottest. If it's cold, it's the most
Says
coldest.
I live in the attic and
The
it's hot
basement
as
was
hell.
like only 69
Oh, and the
degrees
attic, I forgot
Fahrenheit.
about too. Yeah, it's either one or two. Either the attic. I think no. I think when it's
Says
hot.
my basement is nice and cool.
I think what happens like when it's hot, and you have an attic, it's the hottest. And then if you have a basement, it's gonna be the second hottest, I believe. When it's cold and snowing, it's gonna be cold in the attic, but I think it's gonna be the coldest in the basement, if I'm correct. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. The kneecap on this thing. Oh.
Well, our house has a lot of stories, so. And it got made a little in the hill, so it stayed good and cold.
Okay. Makes sense. My basement is nice and cool. I live in the attic and it's hot as hell. Yeah, it's either one. I think it's usually up top of you be the hottest because everything's going there first and then anything falls right behind. Like that. Oh, she asked the wait. She asked the question. I'm sorry. She says, is music better or without music? I think it's better with music.
Well, don't forget European houses are a bit different than yours in the US.
That's true. I think a friend said that same thing to me. I think it was Sound who said that to me. I think she said that because she lives in Switzerland. So yeah. I think they're constructed differently from us Americans. I don't know how different, but she said they are constructed differently. I remember we had that conversation.
Well, a little quiet music in the background would up the quality a bit.
Oh yeah, I remember. Oh wait, I forgot. You guys on YouTube and Twitch. I mean, yeah, YouTube and Twitch. You don't hear music. They have music, I think. I thought you forgot, but no, I didn't forget about you. I'm just have to deal with a bunch of people talking at once. So I have to make sure I'm reading them, which is weird because it hasn't read some people's stuff. Why did it stop doing that?
It's fine. Winky face.
I gotcha. So let me see. I know one. Hold on.
Says yeah, it didn't read half of my chats.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay, to be real quick with you guys, can you guys on TikTok hear the music that's in the background? Can you hear that music, or no?
Well, if you get too many chats, happy face, it's hard to keep track of it.
Says yeah. Says, but it's quiet.
Hold on. Oh, cool. Good.
Twith is completely quiet. Happy face.
Yeah, I know Twitch is. No, not this. Nope.
Now something was heard. Happy face.
I know, Nah. I'll figure it out later. Let's see.
Paper problems?
Okay. I have to play it through the speaker. I have to play it through the speaker through the mic, which is annoying because the
But
people
be
on
aware
TikTok
Twitch
can't
is
hear.
sometimes AB when it comes to music, sadly.
Hold on.
Says, hey, what's up?
Thank you, Melodic Productions, for sending 1x Heart Me.
Music. Stop that. Okay.
Says, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Hey, Brian.
Says at Brightriclose, hey, Brian. Says sorry for being late, was at a funeral.
No, it's perfectly fine. You're fine. I can hear it. Okay. Amara, just to let you know, Amira. I think I'm saying it wrong.
Says
if you follow the
Brightriclose,
chat,
you
if
okay,
you
sad
follow
face?
my account on TikTok, it'll read out your stuff.
Says
so you
at
don't have
Melodic
to worry if I see it
Productions,
or
hi,
not.
hum.
It might be a bit loud, I mean I can hear you, but it gets a bit louder than you.
Okay, so let me turn it down.
Says at Melodic
I think that's better.
Productions, yeah, I'm good. Says at Brightriclose.
I gotta remember to mute that every time I'm about to sneeze.
Now it's perfect.
Says
Yeah.
at Brightriclose, that's good. Says God bless you, Tex.
Thank you, I appreciate it. How many states have you visited? New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Washington, Florida. I think 7.
Says at Melodic Productions, thank you, hum.
Come on.
Says at Brightriclose, welcome.
I wonder if, I think the best thing that Twitch can do is get do a contract with Spotify or something. And then, whenever a streamer, plays music, they get a percentage or something, or they don't get copyright striked. I think that makes more sense.
Well, I was about to visit California once, but the person invited me canceled like 1 week before my flight.
Well, hopefully it was for good reason, but hopefully it was not for any malicious reasons, but hopefully it was something for a good reason, so you didn't waste your time.
Says us here in New York love your work.
I appreciate it, thank you. Thank you. Okay, make sure everything's in the right place as we do this.
Says it user 530 for 103068703. Cool, I used to live there.
Yeah, I used to live there too, back in New York.
Well, have you ever tried to get your money back 1 week before your flight? Well, it was gone, and since I'm from Germany, that was about $800.
Says teach I
It
will
hurt a
be
bit.
black. Going to play a little.
Okay, I got you, bro. I understand, that's a lot of money they lose. Your mom raised you well. Thank you, I appreciate it. I think she did a pretty good job. Sometimes she does get on my nerves, but she did a great job, I think.
Says that high mono.
She tries her best, I guess. Let me see. She did her best. Let me see. Okay. I still think I messed up
Well,
on the
like
skirt.
4,000 kilometers are not too cheap, especially when you have to make that distance twice.
Yeah,
Happy face.
that is a lot of money. So I understand why that would be a little bit frustrating on your behalf, especially when they canceled the last second and I don't think you can get a refund. I don't know how laws work over there in Germany, so probably you can, probably you can't, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it is a headache to deal with that. For those of you who are here, I just want to let you guys know, I am an art teacher. So, unofficially, but I am an art teacher nonetheless, and I teach art. If you are looking for someone to give you the advice you need, or at least someone to guide you in the right path in your art journey, if you are into that, I can give that to you for a small fee of $2.99 a month if you become a subscriber here on TikTok or a subscriber on Patreon. It's up to you. But I give advice to anything from color theory to anatomy, tips and tricks on how to like at least progress more faster in your art journey. I am a character designer in training, so I'm training myself to do character design for video games and stuff. So if you have any type of desire to be in the game industry or at least work as an artist,
well, if you make an insurance, you can get it back without it.
Don't
even try. Happy face. It will be not cost effective to get the 800 back if you need to pay over 2K to get all the things you need.
That's crazy. Then yeah, it seems pointless to even try.
Just 16, but I fell so hard. Well, the years went by and she held my heart, but her love ran dry and we fell apart.
Have you ever met a pick me? What is that? I don't know what that is. What that means.
That I could say was, don't tell me that it's over. The book of you and I. Now you've scribbled out my name and you've erased my favorite lines. There were so many chapters that we never got to write. Like cereal.
Well, I met my chart a while ago. I mean,
Someone
furry
wants
is my
attention?
thing, you know.
I don't know what that
Happy
is.
face. So I made my character myself too. Happy face.
It's a very random question. Where did that come from? Where did that come from? It's very random.
We never got to finish the book of you and I. Well, I bought a pen and I turned the page. Then I wrote about how I wish you'd stayed. I said all the things that I never got to say. Maybe
Like so,
when
I don't
it's done, I will feel
Let me see.
okay. That she had grown so
Let me see.
and that her love had shifted.
Well, I made my chart a while ago. I mean, furry is might a thing, you know. So I made a character made my character myself too. Okay. Okay. So wait. So like, wait. You're an artist, correct? Just to be clear. Just to make sure, because like you said, your hands can't be steady. So wait, you're an artist, but there's certain things you can't do, so you have to have other people do it because you're unsteady hands. Is that correct? So I know I'm on the right.
Says who you draw and teach.
No, and I'm just doing a study real quick, and then I gotta do the shoulder question. I just want to see if I can do it. And then after I'm done doing that, I have to look at Twitter and see what's trending other than Kira Toriyama. Because I already did what I needed to do with that. I need to see what's trending right now on Twitter later.
Now you've scribbled out my name and you've erased my favorite lines. There were so many chapters that we never got to write. Like cereal for dinner and staying up all night. I remember where we started
Says, are you gonna accidentally make this a fan art lol?
No, not today. Not this time. I really did not expect me to make the Tifa drawing. It was supposed to be a study, and that ended up being a fan art. Funny enough, this became a fan art. It was funny how that became what it became. Still don't understand why, but it ended up that way. Very weird. But no, not this time. I was just seeing if I can actually do this drawing. And the study on this was basically on the line work. It was not really the drawing itself. Like, how clean does the work look?
I'm the one that you run to first. Every time I do, you try to deny when you show up.
I mean, I'm proud of what I came up with. Even the name is also special. Mina is the name of my character. Well, a furry has only a character. I'm sadly not an artist. I mean, I never tried such, but as said, my hands are weak to draw. I mean, the first picture of my character was made by me, but I almost never show it to anyone besides the artists I work with, that they know what it has to become in the end.
Oh, okay, I see. Alright. Question. I'm just curious on this. I just want to ask this question. For someone who purchases, I never got this question to be answered, but always was curious on this. For someone who hires artists to do your furry work, the question I have is, since AI exists, do you ever use that, or do you see the point of using it? Like, is there a reason why you don't use it other than just talking to an artist? Is there a special reason on your behalf why you don't use AI art? I'm just curious, because even though I am an artist, and I'm not for the whole AI thing, for obvious reasons, but like, I'm just wondering, why would you continue to buy work from artists when you can use AI? I'm just wondering, in the mindset of a customer who knows that it exists. Is there a special reason why you're not using it?
Says, how do you feel about using AI for reference? I am very against AI art BTW.
I don't think it's a problem if you use AI art as a reference per se, because it's not like it's anyone's art in the, like, it's not technically anyone's art, it's other people's art as collab as one by one robot. But since it's not copyrightable, you can actually use it.
But in the end, I have the problem that my sauna requires some special things.
The reason why
to an AI also, there is sometimes more life to the pictures. You can see what the artist makes when he draws what he does, and it's sometimes a pleasure to watch the fun of some artists when they working on it.
Oh, okay. Okay, at least that human aspect is still intact. Okay, I understand. Because I always wondered something. So, like, I thought ever since the rise of AI, people will just, for people who don't have to pay, like people who's paying for like AI art because they can't do it for whatever reason. I mean AI art, but for regular art who can't do it for whatever reason, I thought they would just instantly gravitate to the AI thing as fast as possible. I see more people towards the AI stuff when it comes to anime and I guess celebrities or anything brandish than actual furries. It's very rare I've seen any like furry fan art for a while. Maybe I've just been lucky enough to see it, but like, it's kind of strange to me that I don't see a lot of furry fan art, AI fan art like that. I see more anime usage for AI art than furries. It's very, very rare if I see it. But that's good that you enjoy watching the process by other artists. That's kind of great. That's great to hear, because like a lot of people tend to ignore that human aspect of it, where the creation is more fun than the creation itself.
Like I said, some do, but I rejected that because my sauna doesn't work with AI. I mean, yes, I tried, but it always mess it up.
I understand. I understand. Oh, and to answer the question, how do you feel about using AI? Okay, to answer that question, I would not recommend too much to use AI art as a reference. The reason being is because sometimes the AI can be a little bit off when it comes to the anatomy, especially like where certain positions are, where the arms are or the hands are, especially the fingers. I don't know if they still fucked up on fingers. I'm pretty sure they still do, but not as bad as they used to. But I would not use an AI person or AI character. I would use a real person that you know, like like a family member, yourself. Ultimately, probably yourself, because you're the ultimate reference to your situation, right? I would use a celebrity, legit pictures. If you're gonna try to do studies.
I mean, I could shoot you a PN that you can see my sauna, aka a reference an artist made for me.
Sure, you can. Yeah, you can send that if you like. I have no problem. Okay. I think I did an okay job on this, but I think where I messed up on this was I used... Okay, so a lot of people make this mistake. Had to search it for... Okay. I think this is where a lot of beginners tend to make a mistake when it comes to doing a drawing like this.
Here you go.
Okay. Okay, I'll look at it in a second. I think a lot of people make this mistake when they're doing a drawing like this, a one-to-one drawing, and they might ask themselves this question: why does it look really odd? There's something called line variation. For those who don't know, we tend to get this. I think this is almost the same as line weight. I think there's a slight difference, but I could be wrong on this too. But depending on who you're asking, but line weight or line variation is basically how much weight is being placed on the line that you're putting. Hence the name. But there is a rule to this when you're doing this, for those who don't know. So when you're doing a drawing like this, what you need to keep in mind is that you probably may notice that your favorite artist might switch between the size a lot frequently. They're not doing that at random, they're doing that because there's a pattern happening. So like, let's just say I was drawing the hair here. What I would... Actually, let's do the outline. That's much more easier to deal with. So let's just say I'm doing the outline here, right? The outline is basically everything outside, not inside the container of the character. So the outline can be thickened completely, right? And the reason why you want to thicken out the outline, and I'll use an example here. The reason why you want to thicken the outline of your character is because it makes the inside, because your character per se is a container, right? So when you thicken out the outline of your character, right, what you want to do is thin everything out from inside, because that gives it its personality in that variation. If everything's the same weight or the same size, it's gonna look very dull and boring. There's no sense of personality in the slightest.
BTW, I end up with 2 pictures from 2 artists I paid for. The great thing is also everyone has their own style, like the second picture is one that I do like a lot.
Let me see. You send it on Twitch, right? Let me see real quick. Yeah, I see it. There we go. Ah, okay.
Whisper.
Menu. Yeah, Whisper, I see it. Can I ask whether those, oh, okay, I see what the, okay, I know what those notches are. Okay, those little circles on the back. Okay.
Sure.
Let me see. There's. Let me see. Okay. I think I like the. I think I like the menu one. Menu. I think I'm not saying it right, but the one with the title on it. The one with the one standing. With the character turn around. I think I like that one more compared to the second one. Pretty good. The anatomy looks pretty good. Let me see. The hair thing. Oh, everything looks pretty good. Like it looks pretty good. How much was that
made
one?
by real artists.
Well, that's awesome. That's really good because like it doesn't look AI to me. It looks pretty human made. But these days you can never tell because like things are
Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
They make a bunch of mistakes on that one. But like to answer the question here, well, not even technically this question, something I want to just share with you guys. There's something called line weight. So the line weight here that you see, like the outline of your character, like Chopper
looks
here.
good so far.
Because I did this drawing of Chopper, and I did a PF. Well, technically it's a PFP of myself. You see the difference with the one I did of myself here is that the thickness is totally thicked outside, and everything else is more thinned. So it gives you a sense of what to look at, because if everything's the same, I should fix that eyebrow. If everything's the same length, right? If everything's the same length, then pretty much everything will look like unified as one, and it's not going to look as interesting. It's going to look very dull, very boring, very meh, right? But if you keep in mind to do the, let me see it like, let me take these away real quick.
Well, the reference, what is used to make fursuits etc., with the name on it was about $70. The other one sadly I don't have a price since it got gifted to me, but his style was cool in my eyes.
Ah, okay. If you have to guess, what do you think how much that would have been compared to the other one that was 70? Because if that one's 70 and that was a turnaround, I would have charged a little bit more for that. Like, if it's like a basic pose type stuff, it's like if we're talking about just regular commission, I would have the pose like that would have been 60 to 70 bucks, I believe. But the turnaround would have been like 100 something, because turnarounds take forever to, well, depending on the skill level of the individual and how much of a turnaround detail is being placed and keeping consistency. That'll be like $200-300, especially if you're going like in-depth type stuff and how detailed the individual is.
I can show you one more to guess, and I believe you will be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, sure. Looks good so far. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, let me see if I can get it. I think I got pretty close. I don't think I'm not too far off. Obviously, it looks different because of the...
I want an honest guess on what you believe it was.
I want an honest guess. Wait, you believe what it was? Based on price? We're going by price, right? If I'm guessing the price.
MH.
Okay. Hold on, let me see. Okay. I would guess because of the background, like it's the focus is the character, but like the background could be a hell. So I have to guess. I'm ranging between $100 to like $250. So if I have to guess at least one price, I'll go somewhere in the middle, $150. I'll say $150, probably even higher, but I'll say $150. Because the most detailed thing, well, it makes more sense to detail the character more than the background, because that's the main focus. So.
Remember when we first met? You said light my cigarette. So I lied to my mom and dad. I jumped the fence and I ran, but we couldn't go very far.
It was $30 by an professional artist that was only interested in the character. She was like, oh my god, let me draw it. She was about to make it for free.
Holy shit. I would not charge that $30. But like, that's so nice of them. Holy hell. I would... Oh. They're a better person than me. I would charge a lot more than that. $30? They must be really fast at doing it. If they're very, very fast at it, then I understand why they would make it like that cheap. If they're like really, really good at it, to the point where they can do it within like less than probably 4 hours, and then you got yourself a professional.
I tested the USB tethering, and I get much faster speeds, but the latency issue still stands kappa. Well, I had to trick her to give me the email that I can pay something for it.
Ah, okay. You have to trick her.
I was hoping that things had changed, but we went right back to your games. Daydreams, sugar and smoke rings. I've been a fool for strawberries and cigarettes.
I think I did what I need to do here. Hold on, guys. Wait 1 second.
I was like, can you send me your email to contact you? And as she sent it, I was running to PayPal to get something to her for it. Happened here on Twitch too.
Oh, okay. So I get what you said. So what you're saying is that she was doing it for free, but you gave her $30 anyway, just for the email, so you can make sure you can send for through PayPal. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, that's nice. That's so nice of you. That is so nice to you. Aw. I wish more clients was like that.
I feel bad about it being free cause I value the time of people.
I understand. And I think what happens is a lot of artists tend to sell themselves pretty short because they always think like their work is not that good. Especially if they're not like famous or they don't have like a giant following or whatever the case may be. So I can see where that mindset comes from.
I mean, she was free experienced. She done it in about 1 hour.
Wow. You see, that's what I'm saying. I knew why she would charge it at $30. Because she must be fast at it. That must be it. That had to be it, because no way I would, like, it took her like 8 or a whole like day or two, and then $30. That would not be worth it. The headache. It just feels like a giant burden after that. So yeah, that was a good guess on my behalf. That's the only reason I would probably charge that low, because of how fast I can get it done. You always gotta look at your work based on speed and quality. You know, you can't just like make a price up. You gotta go based on your speed, how fast, you know, and how much work is being placed into the work itself. So you don't feel like you're being robbed of time.
Well, later she did got a new job, and as far as my contact to her goes, she is still there happy.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, that's amazing.
So my homegirls just trying to live it up, shaking it like they can't get enough. Remember only
It's
God
raining
can
like
judge
crazy,
us,
and I
but
love
we
rain.
the haters, 'cause somebody
I would open my
loves
window, but I'm too lazy to get up.
Memories made till the night's through, surrounded by the ones who love you. We all so turned up here, getting turned up, yeah.
So la da dee da dee, we like to party, dancing you and me, doing whatever we want.
Let me see here.
This is our rules.
And we can't stop, and we won't stop. Can't you see it's we who own the night?
Can't you see it's we who about that life?
And we can't stop, and we won't stop. We run things, things don't run. We don't take nothing from nobody. Yeah, yeah. It's our party, we can do what we want to. It's our house, we can love who we want to.
It's our song,
I never
we can
got free
sing
art
if we
and I would
want
never
to.
ask for it,
It's
but
my
I think there
love,
are
I can
people
say what
always
I
asking
want
for
to.
free stuff, but aside from the gift a friend made to me, I paid for anything, even my emotes. Minofox FP Minofox haha Minofox ha.
I understand. And there's some people who do that. It's, I wouldn't say disgusting, but it's kind of like expected for them to, because that's how much they don't really like. It
I did a
depends. Like,
test, and it's literally just the upload latency. It is at 202 milliseconds, while download latency is at 62, and idle is 16 kappa.
I'm sorry about that, bro.
It's our party, we can do what we want to. It's our house, we can love who we want
Can't you see it's
to.
we who own the night? Can't you see it's we who about that life?
It's our song, we can sing if we want to. It's my mouth, I can say what I want to.
Things don't run, we
'Cause we can't stop.
Okay. Okay.
At least Overwatch rubber banding is not as bad as console kappa.
Yeah. I can't even play Overwatch. I got suspended. I can't play it right now. So today we're gonna play Marvel Snap because there's some type of event going on with TikTok and Marvel Snap.
Well, to those people. Man, the people drawing have to put their time on the projects etc, but like the pictures you can buy of people have a ton of life more than just some random AI etc stuff.
Yeah, because half the time the AI usually is just standing around doing absolutely nothing, these static poses half the time. They're never really all that dynamic.
You're suspended?
Yep.
Why?
I guess because I said someone that they suck on when we was playing on what do you call it, ranked, because this idiot was doing something he shouldn't be doing and he was doing everything but, and then when I criticized him, I guess he's made a big he made a wah to Blizzard, and they took that seriously. I was like, I didn't even say anything. I said, dude, you suck. You gotta stop doing what you're doing. And then they took that as an attack. Because for some odd reason, Blizzard has gotten super soft. This is why I don't say anything. This is why people ask me, why didn't you not talk on fucking... on the mic? It's
Says
because...
what you're referencing.
For that... Oh, just right here. A lot of people ask me the question, why don't you talk on stream? Because once I start explaining... or try to help, or try to give criticism or something, they think it's an attack, and then we have a big argument. So I just don't even bother, because they like to fight in the TikTok, in the text anyway. People do not like to be told what they need to do to help the team. And I play mainly support and tank, so like I know how it feels to play as support. I don't really play all that much DPS. Not that because I
Oh
I
my,
can't.
the only game I like from Blizzard is like StarCraft 1. Happy
Oh, yeah.
face, BTW the first game I owned, but I like to watch it more. Currently the biggest event of it is running.
See, the thing is about StarCraft, I never really gave it a chance. I would like to give it a chance, I just never have the time to do it. And I feel like I'm kind of like out of it now. Like, not out of it. Like, I think because I'm much older now, getting into StarCraft will be probably much difficult to really take, not seriously, but like get into. I feel like you have to like kind of be there type stuff to get into something like StarCraft.
Well, StarCraft 2 isn't mine, I'm honest, I still like the first one more, but it's hard cause if you play it on ladder you get crushed over and over.
And StarCraft is only PC, correct? It's not for console, right? I don't think there's a console game for StarCraft. I don't think so. I got pretty close to the original. Not too close, but close enough.
Well, PC Master Race for about 22 years now and I'm only 27.
Master Race, see, if that's the thing for me, like if I knew how great PC was, I would never ever play console. I came to learn this later on in my life. How much better
GIF X present equals an idiot.
How best it is. I said X GIF X president. I said GIF X what? What?
Says what?
Like that. There you go. All I have to do is, the last thing I need to do is just
Well, my first PC had one of the worst Windows on it, but for me it was fine since I grew up with my dusty old Windows Me PC. Happy face.
For me, it's just like if I only knew about PC a long time ago, I was like much younger, I would never fucked with like console like that. I probably would play console for like with my like family like that, but not like. All right. Hey Hirsch, what's going on, bro? Oh shit, I totally forgot about. Okay. No one's there. Good. I thought.
Well,
I forgot
SNES was the only console I looked in deep and still own 2 of those. Trophy, congratulations.
I used to have my SNES. I think I gave it to my uncle way back when.
Chat.
And the Nintendo Switch. Not Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo 64. I think a game Legend of Zelda. Ocarina of Time.
Jeez.
Says
But
cheese.
Nintendo is okay to own since they have exclusive games always.
Nintendo's okay. They usually have good exclusives for themselves. Nintendo rarely. That's one thing I can give that to Nintendo, is that their games are usually extremely like. What's the right word? It's usually exclusive to them. When they have exclusive, you know it's a Nintendo exclusive, and they'll be on like other consoles.
Like try to find a Mario original for PC, guess what, not findable.
Unless you did some.
Says am I watching on
Or
Twitch?
TikTok.
Am I watching on Twitch? Are you asking me or are you telling me? Wait, what's... Oh, gift. I think Gifty is present. Okay, oh, that's what he meant. So he said, well, wait, no. Gifty said, I said gift X present equals. Oh, okay. That's what he meant. He was referring to himself. Okay. I didn't get it at first, but I was like, oh, okay, I get what you're saying. What the hell?
I mean, I tried to speedrun Donkey Kong Country 2019. Happy face, but to reach a good time it's a Hewlett grind. Happy face.
You're trying to get in the Hall of Fame of speedrunners in that game?
Nah, never made it so far.
Ah, okay. I hear you. Oh. There you go. Now what I'm gonna do is grab this. I try to get as close as possible to the original. Obviously, her breast
I
is
reached a time
poking
of
out here.
33:04, but it's like over 2 minutes away from world record.
2 minutes away. Damn, that sucks. That really does suck. I think if you put enough time, you probably might make it next time. Okay, for those who don't like, okay, so I got pretty close to the original, to a certain extent. Maybe not that much close, because she's looking like this way.
Says live life, we live, we love.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, so the study at this point was this. Try to see if I... Okay.
Says it's Chopper.
Well, I tend to lie way more certainly.
Says
I
your
stopped
lives
it a
are
while
always
ago
so
as I got
common.
older. A friend of our family once said, if you want to lie you need a hooker brain to keep them alive. Well, I'm too old for that XD.
Certainly I stopped a while ago and I got older and fried. I hear you. Aw. Your lies are so calm. Thank you, I appreciate it. I try to. It's 6:23. Should we do the... we'll do 2 of them. No. How much I have? I have 3. I have 3 reactions we're gonna do. We're gonna do 3 reactions.
Oh, 12:23 p.m. for me. Winky face.
Ah, okay, I got you. Oh, 3 people, okay. Oh, the Europe probably lives somewhere like in like California or so. So not exactly there, but somewhere close. Because I think, if I remember right, you're like 6 hours behind me, so you probably live somewhere close to California. I don't think nowhere near like New York.
Huh.
I could be wrong, but I think that's quite right.
I'm from Germany. Happy
Oh,
face.
fuck, I forgot. You said that. Ah, I'm so stupid. I forgot. Sorry. I'm stupid.
So it's deep in the night for me already. Sun is gone for about 4 to 5 hours now. Happy face.
Ah, okay. I hear you. Okay.
But that doesn't matter for me. I mean, I still get some practice of my English with being here and chatting. So yeah, this basically is also the way I learned English as it is now.
Do you have like classes,
Sure,
or do
also
you have
spoke
like an
with
app
some
that helps
people
you?
over TeamSpeak etc., but it's better to speak English. Als einfach mal stumpf Deutsch in die Ihnen Chat zu schreiben. Translation to that, it's just better than just chatting in German in your chat.
I see. But yeah, you use a certain app? For me, you do a great job holding conversation, English-wise. I don't think there's much problem with it, though. I think it's pretty good. I understand, you know, the way you write. I don't know about speaking part, because I can't technically hear you, so, like, you do a good job holding conversation so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, we have, but I learned it myself over time.
Ah, okay. What's the app that you use? Is it like a It's a European app, or is it like some form of a global app? Bro, what the f-
About speaking well, some people say it's hard to tell that I'm from Germany since I leaned it from American people. Also some say I have a somewhat mix in me, like Texas Californian or even Canadian when I speak to them when I use the God OLF, happy face, be a support hero today.
That's an
By
interesting
using
one.
commands like /donation and /cash app.
That's an interesting one.
But every bit of English that I use was taught by people when I spoke to them or chatted over a while on Twitch. It's not like I used an app to learn it. I was going straight to some people watching some shows in English to get to the point where I am ATM.
I feel like, I don't know, like, I understand they say go listen to other people in the real life who's talking. They said that to me the same way, but to learn Japanese, but I always felt like that was going to be hard to do because they may speak in a dialect that is like very like shortened and slanged up, so like I always feel that will be a wrong way to learn. But it's not like they're talking to each other formally either, so like that what makes it, that's where that weird situation comes in. So you can never, like in my head I always feel like that's what makes this difficult to learn another English and learn another language and then listen to other native speakers who speak like that, because every time I think of it, it's like it's hard because they might talk in a slang that they understand because they're part of that culture to a certain extent. So they'll shorten things.
I can also speak some French as well, but that I got from school.
Ah. Which one seems to be easier, French or English?
English.
Ah. Okay.
but trust me, people that have to learn German, they say it's the worst to learn.
Let me guess this what exactly causes it to be so problematic or like hard? Mainly, is it like enunciations, conjugations, like what?
WHE way we combine words, etc.
Okay.
Words.
Alright. Oh wait, hold on. There you go. I'm gonna stop from there.
Like you use you to speak to a person, we have ERSIEES where ERSIE, all of them are used to different genders or even groups.
Okay, number one thing that I would say I fucked up here was that the gesture is too straight. It's way too straight, as you can see. It needs to be more curved. I can't make any changes now because I went balls deep with this, but like it's supposed to It's supposed to go, it's too, but the other one is a little bit more curved like this. You know what I'm saying? But that's what happens.
Let me show you the legitimate German word so you know what a lot of people don't like about German. Happy face.
Okay.
Keep in mind it's just one word.
I understand. Alright. Let's answer the question here.
Rinder ken Zeichnungsfelicity Ketierungsüberwachungsaufgaben Übertragungsgesetz. This one. Happy face.
Holy moly. That's a lot. How do you... Is that a sentence or that's a word? Or is it words combined in one sentence?
A combined word.
What the... What is it stating? Hold on, I'm sorry, I was reading something. Alright, so as you can see, I don't know what exactly was the issue when it comes to shoulders, but there are some ways to keep it kind of interesting. So, one thing with shoulders, if you want to keep your shoulders dynamic, what you need to do is, let's just say 1, 2, like you have to follow something with a line like this and one like that, because usually what I realize, this goes with hips or anything like that, but I notice the more this, you get the lesser than or greater than type of symbol. It makes things more interesting. So what this means is if I make a head and like this, like a head, like a big round head, right? And then what I use is that, and then like this. So this will represent where the eyes are going, and this will represent where the shoulders are going. So shoulder will follow where the character is going. Now, it doesn't have to be exactly
Beef
on the
labeling
line.
meat etiquette surveillance task transmission law.
Beef labeling meat. Oh my god.
That's the sentence of it.
So you have to combine words to make up the sentence? Is that like a common thing? Okay. So what you need to do is make the shoulders follow. It's a lot like when we're doing the line of
German
action.
can combine a lot of words. Happy face.
That's crazy. Is there a specific rule to look for when doing this? Okay, so like that, right? And then you can put the arm like this and put the other arm a little bit like this. Remember, when you have an arm, when you see more of the arm here, that means you see the little less of the other arm, depending how more expressive.
And that what kills the brains of people that are not native here.
I'm not, you know, you might be right. Because that would have killed my brain if I heard that the first time. I expect someone to respond to that, not knowing, or trying to learn. That'll blow my mind. Okay, so we're following this line, and remember this. We're following it based on how slanted something is. So the more slanted it is, the more expressive it will be. So the less expressive it is. So if it's like, and then it's kind of like, this is not as expressive as the original as we had it. It's gonna be less expressive. But the rule will still apply where one side that is favored will lessen the other on the side. So it's like a teeter-totter thing.
Yeah, just be tippin' hella gangster. You an internet shooter, so I had to snatch yo because she was diggin' the shooter. Yeah, be sayin' rap cap from behind a computer, but if I mutilate yo face, that's a slimy maneuver. Yo, I don't understand. All this talkin' they do and say he wanna blow me down, come up on me and do it, and I ain't cappin' when I speak. B, I'm really gon' shoot it. Yeah, think I'm scared cause I'm white. Bro, ya really are stupid. Yo, my brother saw life before he saw a diploma, lil Cito.
What was the win in that?
Says LOL.
What was the fucking win in that? I don't understand. What the fuck? Anyway, so the point is that what we need to do is to keep things more dynamic as best as we can. So like this. And see, there's nothing new that I'm actually showing here, because the only thing that's probably slightly new is using the slant line that represents that of the shoulder. Now, there's something you have to keep in mind when you're drawing something like
Japanese
the shoulder.
is also kinda interesting, but my brain is
Says
a bit
in
wired. There
back
are
teach.
times I want to learn something new, and then there are times where I don't want to. Like the last bit I was learning was a bit of Russian. Here a short
Says
example
cheese.
on my Russian. No ya nez name.
Says hide
Mati
beat.
Levi y ito perevesti ili u vas yes spazapon yat ito.
That was a lot. That was a lot. Japanese is also kind of interesting,
Says
but my
it
brain
here.
is kind of weird. Wired there are times when I learn something new, and then there are sometimes when I don't want to.
Says wait,
I
well, there was a
understand.
lot of words.
I understand. I want to continue my Japanese, but I keep throwing it off because I'm always too busy doing other things. But I think that's just me making excuses. That's just me making ultimately excuses for doing what I want and don't want to do, because I think it's probably hard, so I avoid it by using work or use that example. So when
Says
you,
teach is easy.
so like when you do it like this, and then like the greater than or less than, You can do it like this. And have the shoulders. And then there's ways to make it look a lot more dynamic.
And if you don't understand my Russian well, I translated for free. Happy face.
Ah.
But I don't know if you can have it translated or if you have a way to understand it.
You have a way to understand it. Says cheese, cheese.
Sure.
Says in Russian.
No, it's fine. You don't have to. Now, to draw a character that we're like over, when you're drawing something like a character that you're over, what you want to do is not try to draw. Okay, so what you need to do is draw the shoulder under the body itself, so we feel like we're more over the character. Okay. Is there a drawing that you want? Let me see.
Says finally made it to 30.
Finally made it to 30.
Says those lives are making me nervous. Says no, I don't want anything.
Okay, you got 24 hours.
Says miss those songs.
Wait, so like... Now, what we need to do, I'm sorry. What we need to do is make sure that when we're drawing something like the shoulders, there's something called a clavicle. Shoulder blades, clavicle. So this represents the pivoting, or at least the direction where the shoulders are
Says
pointing.
It's fine, I don't want anything, just miss those song playing.
It tends to curve. Okay, fine, but you choose to change your mind. 24 hours. So like, let me use an example. So like, if we were to draw.
Says it beanbag high bean.
Cause like, the shoulders is kind of like a diamond if you think of it that way, like a slanted diamond. That's much easier to think of it that way.
Says it bright for close high brine.
Like this. And then if the head is here, so let's say the head is here, we use it to block that. And then we put the shoulders here and here. So that's something you have to keep in mind. Oh, that's something you have to keep in mind when doing something like this. So.
But Yuzi, it was a bless with all of you, but as I mentioned, before it gets late for me, so I'm about to head directly to my bed since I get tired.
Alright,
streamer, it's not your fault, the time is responsible for that.
Oh no,
good night, guys.
It's perfectly fine. You don't have to give me a reason, but you're good. It's alright. Thank you, Menafu? I keep saying I don't want to say your name wrong. I'm gonna just say Men. I don't want to say your name wrong. I can't read for shit, so it's not on you, it's mostly me. Fox. Okay, that's better. That's better.
Mina bit kinda friend Mina.
Says it welcome back Mono.
Friend.
Hey, what's up, bro? So we need the shoulders to be like this. Based on the clavicle will be wrapping around the neck.
Says it bright for close tie.
So this is a great way to look at a bunch of references, or at least have a simplistic understanding of what the shoulders should represent. There is differences between men and women because there's more muscles men have in the neck compared to women's to women. I said women with an S. That's funny.
If you want to say Mina, do it kinda in a flow like me, and it's not too hard to do.
No.
But anyway, see, good night.
Alright,
night.
Later, Fox. I do appreciate it. Thank you. But, shoulders are like that, so let me look closely at this. So, like, if we were to look at this one.
Says it bright for close through.
Let's see here. And then we put the neck right about here. And then we have the shoulders like that. And then the shoulder blades or the clavicles will be like this, bending. It's the clavicle looks a lot like it's like a bow and arrow. So like you gotta look at it like a bow and arrow. So like it's like a 1, 2, like a handlebars. It's kind of like a bow and arrow. So if I were to draw a person's head or small like that.
Cheese.
Kind of like that. I'm a dinosaur.
Good job.
Good job. Okay, and then let's say the back of the head. So like that, and then curve this. And put this here, curve that.
Yo.
Hey anime, what's going on?
I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm confused.
Over here. And then we put this in right here.
Just woke up.
You just woke up. Whoa! That's crazy. Hope you're doing well.
What the hell is even that?
Like that, and then
Just super exhausted.
I'm sorry to hear that. I know how that
To
feels.
monitor projects across teams and track status and progress at a glance.
I know how that
So you and your
feels.
team can make smart decisions faster.
You know what I'm saying?
Try it for free at
I know how
asana.com.
that feels. So like you need to have a good understanding of anatomy, but like anatomy is just shapes ultimately. That's what anatomy truly is. It's just memorizing good shapes and identifying them in a way that you don't have to like think too hard on it. So like I'm looking at these as my reference. I know you can't see it in this video, but like for those who's gonna watch this on YouTube. Alright, and then okay.
I did a rough sketch of Gaku but it not finished yet, still sketching it.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. What else can I say? So like, let me see. So like when I draw like this, from this angle, you gotta look at it like a shape first. Look at it as a shape first. Don't look at it as like an arm or shoulder. Just look at the shape for what it is. Right? And then once you have a good understanding of said shape, then you can start putting details on it. Okay. And put the clavicle here. There you go. And one thing, it always connects to the shoulder. There. Like that. Those who... Oh! That's looking kind of weird. And look what I did. I actually took, I think it was this one, and made something out of this. This is why a good understanding of form can go a long way in your journey of trying to do good anatomy, or at least get good flow in your anatomy to work the way it does. Let's do that again. I like how it's... I don't like how it goes looking. Thank you, Edward. I do appreciate it. Edwin, I mean Edward. It's Edwin. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Get the shoulder blades like this. Shoulders are not as bad, but I would like for you to tell me exactly what was giving you such a hard time with shoulders, or what positioning, and send me the reference that you're looking at, because I'm looking at Pinterest references. So I would like for you to tell me that in the video when you see this on YouTube. Oh yes. Alright, so let me see. Let's do one that's like no. Let's keep it simple. The leg's a little bit too short.
Says this work is frustrating the heck out of me.
Work? What are you talking about? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I think I did what I needed to do with the shoulders.
Says my job.
If it
Sorry,
do-
don't mean to rant.
If it didn't do what it did, I'll just show the student a little bit later on. One after, I'll actually send them another personal video when I can. But we gotta do the reactions. So come over here on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and all the other platforms. We're gonna do the reactions, and then we'll play Marvel Snap. Okay, so what we're gonna do is all right. This fucking okay. God damn it. Okay. That's over there. Put it at the bottom. And then go here. Let's make sure it's everything.
And we've now entered the predictable part of this culture war where all the mainstream media...
Okay, there we go. That's there. Good. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Alright, so this is Endymion. Oh, this is Endymion, and he's going to talk about Sweet Baby Writer spits on Dragon Ball creator Kira Toriyama's grave, plus woke Kotaku implodes. Not really surprised. I said this in the Genshin Impact stream. It was kind of expected that they was going to talk about Kira Toriyama in a very negative light, because they did the same thing to Stan Lee, and so it's not that surprising to, you know, it's not that surprising that they're going to react the way they do, these woke writers and these companies and how they operate and stuff. So that really does suck on the behalf that these people rather destroy a legend's name than just say, you know what, I may not like some of the stuff he probably said or produced, but I have to give him respect. He has done something that most people cannot. And with that said, I'd rather just give him his accolades and his dues where he really earned it. Even if you don't like Akira Toriyama for whatever reason it may be, you have to give him props for his work. You know what I'm saying? He has done great things that most people could not, or was blessed enough to do what he could to give what people wanted, or what people asked for, or people never thought they needed, and it's called Dragon Ball and Dragon Quest, Blue Dragon, and Sandland. So it is sad enough to hear that this for these woke companies to tear down someone who's gone and can't even defend themselves. That what makes it even more scummy on their behalf, because they didn't say anything when he was dead, but once everything was when he was alive, but once he said he was dead and he couldn't defend himself or at all if he wanted to or not, then that's when they strike. That's how cowardice these people are. They are terrible. So with that said, let's see what else that happens here. So let's go.
What's up everyone, it's Endymion, and we've now entered the predictable part of this culture war where all the mainstream media news outlets all unanimously release articles like an organized crime syndicate to attack the player base at large over Sweet Baby. So we'll talk about that, as well as how one of their employees decided to spit on the grave of the recently deceased Akira Toriyama. I just wanted to take a second here before I blast that person into oblivion and more, that Akira Toriyama's work has inspired the world over, and he was genuinely one of the greatest creative minds this world has ever seen. Whether it was his work on Dragon Ball or games like Chrono Trigger, which I still consider to be one of the best games ever made, or even other great long-lasting series like Dragon Quest, Akira Toriyama was the greatest. And while the world abroad mourns his passing, it genuinely makes me sick to my stomach to see none other than the person who started this Gamergate 2.0 nonsense to begin with, to think of all the times to virtue signal, now was the time to do so. That sweet baby employee, by the way, is Chris Kindred, the person who originally attempted to strong-arm Steam into banning the Curator tool, which essentially caused this entire massive firestorm of controversy to happen in the first place. Well, Toriyama passed away, and it made all of us sad because he was so influential in all of our lives. But of course, these woke lunatics have to use any available time they can to virtue signal to some degree. Here's what Kindred said. Toriyama gave us the best and worst black characters in anime in the same series. It took range to do that.
Oh my god, you're such a piece of shit. Oh my god, dude. Why? Why is that such a focus? You say this now. You didn't say it after the fact when he was alive. Why would you say this now? Why is that important? That's not important. It doesn't mean anything. Such a scummy person.
Say you respected the man's work and leave it at that, could you? You had to find a way to pander and take a moral high ground of your own design. And of course, the only time Kindred says this is once Toriyama has passed away. It really takes a special kind of parasite like this to say these sorts of things.
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed.
It sickens me that someone who ruins everything they touch like Kindred and their cohorts even thinks they have the right to speak on Toriyama and his legacy. The man's work is responsible for the creation of pretty much every single thing in existence within pop culture today to some capacity. Toriyama, like Kentaro Miura, who passed away a few years back, are the kind of people who were integral to so many things that we love. We wouldn't have so much without men like this, and they deserve nothing but the highest levels of respect for what they've contributed to the world.
Correct.
Without Miura, for example, you wouldn't have dark fantasy, and stuff like Dark Souls and Elden Ring wouldn't exist without him, to name but a small fraction of what he inspired. And if I were to cover everything Toriyama influenced, this video would be hours long. But let's just say that the man created Dragon Ball, and his art style and work would influence not only video games like Dragon Quest, which were done in his style and he oversaw the design of that series, but you name any shonen manga out there, it doesn't exist without Toriyama's work. Naruto, One Piece, My Hero, Bleach, One Punch Man, it keeps going. None of these exist without the creative mind of Akira Toriyama. And yet these disgusting woke activists, who already show us who they really are when they ruin and gaslight us by saying we're crazy when we expose them for their evils, have the audacity to speak on a legend and try to weasel in a little gotcha when he dies. Yeah, sure, Toriyama was great at what he did, but don't forget he gave us characters like Mr. Popo, and that character was racist, except they don't realize that Mr. Popo has nothing to do with black people whatsoever. He's supposed to be a jinn, which is a form of a genie. His design is influenced by Islamic theology and Arabian mythological concepts. But of course, like always, these woke, insufferable morons take one look at a character like Mr. Popo, and all they see him for is his skin color. Proving time and again that this damaging and arguably awful ideological stance that these people take has always stemmed from a deep-rooted origin of racist tendencies. They never see characters for anything beyond surface-level qualities, and it's reflective in the work they create as well. Kindred, like the rest of their sweet baby goblin friends, have done nothing but ruin gaming with their every move. Anything they touch is ruined, yet they've been running gaslighting campaigns aplenty, attempting to save face and change the narrative around their company. I know there will be some who will say, oh, you're—
And people like this usually don't even buy the product or be into the things that this man has produced. They'll just know like one or two bad things that he ever said or done, and then run with that as it's gospel for it to be forever be tainted on the person. It could be like one or two things, like one or two hot takes that probably wasn't all that great received. Fine, but when you make that like a permanent aspect of the person beyond anything else that they have done, accomplished, or tried to achieve, that proves how much of a disingenuous individual you are.
You're making too much content on this company. But to be frank, we need to expose them for everything that they are. and work to bury their influence and reduce their legacy to nothing but ashes in the wind.
Yep.
Firstly, Sweet Baby went ahead and already attempted to rewrite their own history to fit their ideology, since their website has been updated to conveniently mask their true intentions. Here's a screenshot of what their original biography, which says, "Founded in 2018, Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe. Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. We aim to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, and more inclusive for everyone." And here's what it says now. We begin with an all-hands review and discussion of the project material. Everyone at Sweet Baby sees your project and shares their thoughts, feelings, and ideas. We do this because it kicks the project off with a multitude of perspectives, beginning a conversation that ensures the work is richer and more resonant before it's even put to paper. We then create and complete narrative deliverables by keeping the player in mind. With a focus on user experience and emotional design, we aim to consult with honesty, transparency, and a conversational approach to help find the best direction for your project. Like the parasites they are, they attempt to sound more virtuous after being caught, and let's be clear that nothing they do enriches anything they touch.
Yep.
They are a scourge that would, if they were able to, ruin even the works of things like Toriyama's Dragon Ball series if they could get their filthy hands on it in the first place.
And they'll
because
try.
Nothing is sacred when these people are involved. They ruined Suicide Squad already. They were involved with Volition before they imploded after Saints Row's failure, and they even worked on nonsense like Alan Wake 2. Everything these people touch, it turns to garbage. Nothing is sacred in the eyes of hateful activists who believe they know better than the established franchises that they had no hand in making themselves. Of course, you're likely aware of that Kotaku article which gathered a ton of attention where they attempted to save Sweet Baby's public image. And they tried this by gaslighting thousands of people into believing that what they knew was true was but a lie all along. The article, in case you don't know, is titled "Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers thinks it does. No one company is enforcing diversity into all of your favorite video games."
Right.
From the get-go, they're lying because they absolutely are forcing diversity into everything. They literally said in their original biography before they changed it to change narratives, which said, "Our mission is to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry." It's right there in front of your very eyes. Their mission from the get-go was to inject as much diversity, equity, and inclusion as they can into everything they work on.
ESG.
But now, conveniently, they don't apparently do that according to Kotaku. Never mind the fact that the article suspiciously went live around the same time they changed their bio. A mere coincidence, they'll have you believe. It's not at all connected except
Dave's Hot Chicken just dropped a Nashville hot cauliflower.
Baby Inc. team are intimately involved with and in bed with these same journalism websites. The Kotaku article again attempts to gaslight you and shift the goalpost, where they say, according to Sweet Baby's founder Kim Belair, that the assumption that team members at Sweet Baby Inc. or any marginalized person for that matter can only offer up content that is based on their identity is incredibly frustrating for the team and for marginalized industry members at large. People can't imagine that we might do anything else but diversity, equity, and inclusion, Belair says. They can't imagine that we're just talented writers, that we are talented narrative designers, and that people are hiring us because we tell good stories, because we collaborate well, and because we write video games.
No, you don't. No, you do not write good stories.
They have to diminish our accomplishments to our identities. They can't imagine that the work I did on Spider-Man was story work versus adding pride flags, you know? Well, that's definitely some glazing on Kotaku's part, since when has anything been better because of Sweet Baby's talented writers, as their founder states, being involved with the game? I would honestly wager almost never. God of War Ragnarok's story, in my opinion, was worse than the 2018 game. Besides Angerboda making no sense at all being there, the actual story, in my opinion, just wasn't as interesting. And also, in my opinion, it wasted characters like Odin and used tired J.J. Abrams mystery box ideas like the Mask, which amounted to nothing. Frankly, I felt as if Ragnarok didn't capitalize enough on the Norse setting, and I would wager that God of War 2018 had no involvement with Sweet Baby, since obviously the company was founded in 2018 to begin with. But even when they touched Ragnarok, even if they did as they said, not add diversity, even though Angerboda is there, but okay, keep lying to yourselves. But once they got involved, in my opinion, everything got worse. Then there's Spider-Man. I've explained this before, but again, Spider-Man first came out in 2018, so Sweet Baby again couldn't have worked on it yet. But the sequel was worse than the original in terms of story, characters, and quests almost across the board. Players across social media shared their concerns on how Peter Parker felt nerfed, Mary Jane became Lara Croft, and they even ruined characters like Miles Morales, who basically has nothing to do with the main story until around 70% into the main campaign. So not only did they ruin the game's story, they even managed to underutilize their diverse other spider hero as well. Sweet Baby's involvement, in my opinion, made both of these games objectively worse. Alan Wake 2 was just a miserable experience of nothing burgers that amounts to absolutely nothing happening in the end. Seriously, I can't even really spoil Alan Wake 2 if I tried, because nothing happens in the story. Like the first game, the second one ends the same way. They just zoom into Alan's face and he says something cryptic, and then nothing is resolved again. And since I consider Alan Wake 2 to be one of the worst games I played last year, and it also happened to have Sweet Baby involved, which I didn't know prior to playing it, but once I beat it and realized it, that made a lot of sense. And then of course there's Suicide Squad, where Sweet Baby did what they claim to do, which is conversation, quips, and so on. Then those character biographies tell us everything that we need to know. You guys glazed all over Wonder Woman's bio with terms like toxic masculinity being used unironically, and saying her name was well put because mankind should wonder why Wonder Woman would ever want to play in the mud with the lives of men. And when it came to Green Lantern or others, you guys wrote these stupid ass biographies that made them all seem like they're idiots. So what are we talking about here exactly? We're having these places like Kotaku slobber all over Sweet Baby's meat while proving time and again that their involvement objectively makes everything worse. At this point, I'm genuinely jaded on the future releases of many AAA games coming in the future. And I'm worried that they're going to all be objectively worse products because of this company's involvement. You can gaslight me all you want, say I'm wrong or bigoted, but the truth is that they're right in front of us. They're making everything they touch worse, and Sweet Baby fits the bill of an activist to a T when comparing them to any other medium of entertainment. So many of these properties are hijacked by people like them and then used to push their ideas within a pre-established fan base, because we all know they couldn't create anything compelling on their own with their own unique ideas. Instead, they can only corrupt and make good things terrible just like them by bringing it down to their level. Grum said it best when he tweeted this is exactly how it started before, down to the same actors. Friends of journalists do something wrong and get caught, gamers pointed out. Journalist friends write hit pieces blaming gamers, painting wrongdoers as victims, and igniting a firestorm. They are doing it the same way they always have, dear viewer. They try to get away with something, we don't let them, and then they scurry back into their holes and yell sexism and racism as a defense mechanism. But this second coming of Gamergate will not go the way they want it to again. Last time, as they said, Gamergate didn't exactly work since it didn't have proper leadership. But now there are many people out there, each spearheading their own groups within this common cause. And apparently this Kotaku writer infiltrated, as they put it in their article, by gaining access to the Discord server attached to the Steam Curator tool. They infiltrated, but need I remind you that the Discord server is public. You don't need an invite or anything, you just join it whenever you want to, regardless of who you are. This journalist makes it seem like they were Batman walking into the lair of Ra's al Ghul or something. Sorry, but you're not that cool or smart. Also, those Discord server users knew you were a Kotaku journalist anyway. So you basically waltzed in wearing a clown costume while confident in believing that no one could tell that you were a clown. It's incredible stuff, really. There was even some messages that the writer of this article shared, mind you, which said stuff like, "If anyone would like to chat about this Discord and the Steam page, let me know, thanks." Is there a reason why many of you don't have your names' pictures associated with your accounts on here? That second one is hilarious. The Kotaku writer thinking that they could get some real names to do what exactly? Get people fired from their real life jobs by telling their bosses that they don't like badly written video games? Is this really what Kotaku sends as their brightest reporter into this public Discord server full of people who are just having a good time? Look, I knew a lot of game journos were kind of dummies to begin with. I mean, that's why they're in games journalism to begin with, because most of them weren't good enough to get into political journalism or other forms, but come on, guys. If this is all it takes to write for a modern gaming mainstream news outlet, the bar isn't just low, it's in the Marianas Trench. They continue to say, just curious if anyone could speak to the creation of the server the Steam page and why they feel monitoring BI work is important. Incredible work, Kotaku writer. You waltzed into a public Discord server with your profile picture being yourself with your full legal name on display, when everyone around you is likely called funny names like Shadow Lord, Captain Fupa, and Glizzy Goblin, and thought you were infiltrating some shadow
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. 1040 and limited credits only. Get the TurboTax app now.
Please, somebody help! My t-shirt, it sucks!
Put it back on and get on the table.
Moses-like organization thinking you were Solid Snake or something. And I bet you their colleagues were patting them virtually on the back like, wow, you're so brave. It's incredible to me that these people get paid anything to do what they do at times. But this is just, wow. Gaming journalism, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it takes in the year of 2024 to be considered legitimate, apparently. And they, of course, protected their account at one point, were ousted for saying that white people should be physically assaulted, and then pretend that there's some messiah that's taking all the punches. When the only way I can properly summarize everything going on with this Kotaku article is that one picture, where the character has pissed their pants and everyone's laughing at them and they're like, rent free. You thought you did something, Kotaku, but it doesn't matter what you guys do at this point. Your website is the internet's punching bag, and that's all it'll ever be. Kotaku will eventually go under no matter what anyways, and when it does, they'll act like they were some virtuous group of trailblazers. When in reality, they were, like they always were seen as, a stain on the underwear of the gaming industry. And when they go under, I'm buying a cape that says RIP Kotaku on it. You can quote me on that, I promise I'll do it. Then of course, other websites have attempted to provide cover for the baby like Eurogamer. Like this article where they interviewed Mary Kenny, who is Associate Narrative Director at Insomniac. They worked on Spider-Man 2 and will be working on Wolverine 2, unfortunately. Anyway, this person said that in defense of the baby, that nothing they do gets into a game unless the devs themselves sign off and allow it to be in the game. They said via Eurogamer, they consult, they do research, pitch ideas, give feedback, and maybe even write scripts. But none of that gets into the game unless the core dev team agrees with it. I'm going to keep saying that because it's key. Sweet Baby is not, nor is any consulting group coming into Rec Games. They're helping smooth out plots and deepen characters. They ease the burden on the core narrative team. They're additive in every way. Okay, so this Mary person's own words, Sweet Baby is not entirely responsible for the terrible story and characterization of Spider-Man 2. But their input, which clearly made the game worse because fans across the board have complained it was not as good as the first game, were implemented anyway after Insomniac's devs signed off and included it within the game. So in Spider-Man's case anyway, the story was bad not only because of Sweet Baby, but because some of the devs at Insomniac, like this Mary Kenny, signed off on allowing their influence to take hold. Also, need I remind you that all of these people know and follow each other and believe the same things. One user on that Kotaku article said this: does this article mention anything about the Sweet Baby Inc. CEO being a full-blown racist, because I have a feeling this article doesn't mention it. To which the Kotaku article writer said, hi, you can't be racist against white people, thanks for tuning in. That obviously started up another firestorm, proving yet again that these people are not only racist, but they believe being racist towards white people is totally fine. The self-hatred is on full display since this writer is very clearly not black or anything like that, but it gets more interesting. Remember that Insomniac narrative director person? Well, Manga Lawyer over on Twitter compiled some of the stuff they said, so let's read that now too. Some of you don't seem to understand how narrative consulting on games works, but don't worry, I do. Yes, this is about Sweet Baby because I've worked with that team and they're one of the finest in the biz, so they sympathize with SBI, okay, and here's a slam dunk. You can't be racist to white idiots like yourself, but you can't be racist to white non-idiots either. You can't be racist to whites, period. This tweet was sent by another dev, but it was liked by Mary Kenny as well, so we have another person who again has self-hatred and agrees with Sweet Baby. And I think this defense of Sweet Baby all but confirms that this future Wolverine game will absolutely have Sweet Baby Inc. involved. There's not a single doubt in my mind about that. You can quote me on that too, I'd be shocked if they weren't. But as you can see, we're dealing with individuals who are openly racist against others, are gaslighting you into believing that anything you thought was happening isn't because they told you it's not, And we have the person who started this all openly shitting on Akira Toriyama's grave and attempting to use his death as a platform in order to virtue signal. These are the people in charge of the stories and characters of many of the video games you may want to play in the future. But I do just want to add that always remember that these websites and these journalists are all painting the picture that users out of nowhere decided to dogpile Sweet Baby like this. Never forget that this level of backlash would have not existed had Chris Kindred not attempted to strong-arm Steam into banning the Steam Curator tool in the first place. They will spin any narrative they can to fit their agenda and will conveniently ignore any and all mention of how this is their fault to begin with. Even though they know this, they will never fully admit it, and that just proves how disingenuous this all is. I also find it very interesting how in all of these articles you'll see Kim Belair, the co-founder of Sweet Baby, alongside other employees, saying they don't usually come into contact with these projects during their inception. That they apparently have no input on how things begin, but instead look over content provided to ensure it's culturally sensitive enough later on. Very interesting, well, except they're lying again. Because in their new bio they put on their website that they wrote themselves, mind you, they tell on themselves where they say this: "We do this because it kicks the project off with a multitude of perspectives, beginning a conversation that ensures..."
I tell you something, these people are terrible. They're just bad. Like, how? How do these people get a job? How do they get a job? It's wild to me. It's so wild on how they get a job. That's like, this is wild. This is crazy.
The work is richer and more resident before it's even put to paper. That last part, even put to paper. So you say you are not involved with these games and their diversity nonsense from the inception. Yet you market and promote yourself as saying, actually, we do help from the inception of gaming and we can help you build whatever it is you're doing before it even begins. So you can start from the get-go with your culturally enriched nonsense right away. So which one is it exactly? They're talking, again, out of both sides, and nothing these people say is genuine whatsoever. First, players attack when Sweet Baby actually did first, then they don't work on games from inception, except now they admit that they do but conveniently ignore that. And they don't push diversity with their influence, except their previous bio before the backlash said exactly that. You're being swindled by friends, they're lying to you and hoping that you're too stupid to connect the dots. These people are evil, and they want nothing more than to ruin video games for as long as they can. And these things will not stop unless we stand and keep pushing back. So, I thank you for watching, subscribe, like, and share the video, and thanks to my patrons as always. Have a wonderful day, I'll see you in the next one, and rest in peace to Akira Toriyama. Your legacy will never be forgotten.
I'm Nora. I ditched the 9-to-5 in order to thrive, using Bluehost for my vintage online store. With Bluehost
Okay, so that was a Demion, Sweet Baby writer spits on Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama's. So he gave a good synopsis of what's going on. These people are terrible. Don't deal with Sweet Baby. They're terrible people and all that great stuff. So we'll go to the next one. And with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment if you like his videos and stuff, and also mine. If you like my commentary, or at least listening with me, or like my artwork while I do it, while we listen to these controversial videos and all that great stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Alright, so Clownfish TV is on the same thing with the whole Sweet Baby thing, because Sweet Baby just can't get out of the news, so we're going to be still doing more Sweet Baby stuff. So Clownfish says Sweet Baby Inc. backlash gets worse. Gaming Journal's last stand. Alright, let's see what they say.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, and it's another day full of Sweet Baby Inc. Gaming Journal drama. I think it's pretty safe to say that Gamergate 2 is underway, and God, this makes me so angry because I literally just did a podcast with Peter Pischke last week talking about how it seemed like all of this nonsense was dying down, and here we are. Thanks, Cabrutus. Thanks for that. So Cabrutus has been taking the brunt of a lot of attacks. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about how it's gotten so much worse for some of the people involved. with Sweet Baby Inc., or standing for Sweet Baby Inc., including one of their employees, that decided it was a good idea to go after Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball, who passed a day or two, I guess it's been like 2 days now, unfortunately at the age of 68, and thought it was a good idea to throw shade at him when the entire world is mourning the passing of him. Just really not a good idea. They got their account suspended. Apparently they're back now because I'm blocked, but it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, guys. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about a new hit piece on The Guardian, and some new tactic, I guess, that these people are using. They're going into the Discord. They're going into Discords. They're apparently posting things that would violate the terms of service under one account, and then using another account to report their own violation. So you gotta be real careful who you let into your Discord, and I think they were very right to boot that Kotaku journalist from the Discord when she loudly announced that she was from Kotaku, because no good was going to come from that. It wasn't a good faith argument. She was not there looking to have a meaningful conversation with anyone. She was looking for dirt, even if she has to create it herself. And this kind of thing actually happens on other internet forums. I can tell you there are people that infiltrate forums that they believe are quote unquote far right. A lot of them gaming journos or people associated with that scene, and they will go start threads. They will go shitpost, and then they will go screen cap it, and then go running back, be like, "Oh, look at this horrible place! Oh my God, full of Nazis! Look at that! Let post it all." I've seen on Twitter too. I've seen people that were activists on Twitter that would post stuff, and then they'd be like, "Look, Twitter's full of the alt-right Nazis," and it was actually them doing it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like they act like a cartoon version of what they think the quote-unquote far right being anybody that's on board with their ideology, right? Even if you're centrist, even if you're left-leaning, you're considered an alt-right Nazi to these people. But let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Speaking of podcasts, go out to Amazon, go out to Spotify, go out to iTunes, wherever you listen to podcasts, and please give a sub to the Derezzed podcast. We're going to be doing a lot of interviews. In fact, we actually have an upcoming episode with Grums, who we're going to mention again in this video. And we don't talk about this, though. We're talking about AI. It was a very interesting conversation. So, yeah, apparently, according to Hirohei, according to the Asmongold subreddit, they decided it was a good idea to go after Toriyama, to mock the passing of Toriyama, and that is just not good. This is Chris Kindred, who apparently is back online now. But Sweet Baby Inc. harasser remains unapologetic, continues to attack game devs and gamers, even on Toriyama's passing. These are not good people. Again, the entire world is mourning the loss of Akira Toriyama, probably the most influential manga artist of all time. I mean, if I'm being honest, if not the Jordan, definitely in the top three. And everybody, I haven't seen anyone happy or giddy about his passing, except Chris Kindred.
That is crazy. Why would you be happy for that? Like, what did this man do to you? This man done nothing to you. My majority have never met or seen this man in the slightest way. You heard by word of mouth. My God, Jesus Christ, these people are terrible. Terrible.
Like, this is literally the only person I have seen on the entire internet that is seemingly throwing shade at Toriyama, an absolute legend. And yeah, apparently they got their account yanked off of Twitter, and then they're back now. Hirohei has it, Flash retweeted it. Toriyama gave us the best and worst black characters in anime in the same series. It took range to do that. I mean, come on. And I'm sure we're talking about Mr. Popo. I'm sure that's what's going on here.
Do you really have to sacrifice safety to have such a lush lawn? Well, no. With Sunday, you can have it all. Plus, you...
I hate these commercials, I swear, sometimes.
I'm sure we're talking about Mr. Popo, but now is not a good time to air your grievances. Chris Kindred account suspended, violates the X rules, but apparently they're back. So we had that. That's not good. And again, that just kind of gives you an idea of what the mindset is of some of the people working with this company. And again, it's not the entire company, but so far from what I've seen, we see tweets like this, and we saw the founder basically threatening studios. Like, if you don't use our services, it'd be a real shame if something happened to your company. It'd be a real shame if our friends at Kotaku and Polygon and The Gamer wrote hit pieces about your studio full of bigots, wouldn't it? And I'm still convinced that what is going on right now in gaming, all these layoffs in gaming, I think some of them are tied to finances. I do believe some of them are tied to finances. But
most of them is getting rid of them.
I think some of it is these studios deciding that they need to get rid of all of these actors.
I feel like we did this video. Didn't we not do this video? No, this was 5 hours. Wait, this was 5 hours ago?
Hit pieces about your studio full of bigots, wouldn't it? And I'm still convinced that what is going on right now in gaming, all these layoffs in gaming, I think some of them are tied to finances. I do believe some of them are tied to finances, but I think some of it is these studios deciding that they need to get rid of all of these activists and the people getting chopped. I think if you look into it, a lot of them are the kinds of people that would call Sweet Baby Inc. in to do a little bit of extortion. You know, that's just my opinion. But it does seem like more and more the people that are getting gone from these companies during these layoffs in tech and in tabletop gaming. We saw it with Hasbro and WotC and stuff. A lot of them, I would say, are people that are more activism minded. They're shutting down websites and laying off journalists. Again, saying, oh, it's all about the money. Some of it's about the money. Sometimes you're better off laying off journalists, like Kotaku journalists, than you are allowing them to keep posting and opening your company up to a potential lawsuit. Again, look at Deadspin. Look at where they're at right now. And I talked about this a little bit yesterday. So yeah, so we've got that. This is the kinds of people that work for Sweet Baby Inc. This is Grums again. We have.
I'm so certain we did this
video with him. We're talking more about AI and consciousness and that sort of thing on DRez. But make sure you're subscribed. Trying to get him back on again for another episode to talk about more about AAA gaming imploding. But he's talking about the Cancel Pigs trying to take down a Discord group that talks about Sweet Baby Inc. This would be the one, I believe, associated with the list, which I do not believe there's anything wrong with that list, because there's nothing wrong with keeping track of projects by people or companies or directors or actors or anything that you don't like. It's not called Sweet Baby Inc. Sucks Donkey. It's just called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. And Cabrutus has become sort of a folk hero now to a lot of gamers because he's been putting up with a lot of crap. Cancel Pigs are trying to take down a Discord group that talks about Sweet Baby Inc. Says Grums, this is how they do it, and we've seen it so many times before. They infiltrate the server, they post TOS violations, and then they switch accounts and report. Basically, they are posting the content that they're reporting. I helped report the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord server because it was full of hate. So it's like they do this. They do this on certain, I believe, on certain threads on Reddit. They do this, I believe, on certain message boards that have been more or less scrubbed from the internet, that you're not allowed to talk about anymore, that begin with a K. I think that there are a lot of these people. I think there are a lot of journalists on those forums. And I think that they post a lot of crap, and then they want to screen cap it because they want to use it for ammo later. Or they want to use it to point to these communities and be like, oh yeah, it's just full of bigots and hatred and whatever, and here's why. And it's actually their own people posting a lot of the shit. So you got to be real careful who you let into your Discord. We actually had Discord for Clownfish at one point in time, and I turned it over to the fans. I didn't want.
How do you keep losing weight? You had a burger for lunch and you still looked at my
Says
fries
first
yesterday.
time seeing you and your drawing, I will follow. I am curious how the finished product turn out.
Actually, I'm just doing studies. I'm actually just doing studies.
They would come in and they would post all kinds of crap and then be like, look what Clownfish signs off on. I'm like, yeah, you're not one of ours. You know, we get these people all the time. I used to be a fan of Clownfish
Says
TV.
it's been
and
a
while. And
Yeah.
No, you weren't.
Hey.
You never were.
Hey,
You
Luffy,
never
what's
were,
going on,
guys.
bro, Luffy?
So this
been a
thing is just blowing up again. This is an article from The Guardian. This looks like the kind of person that you would expect to write an article like this. Keeza McDonald. It's been 10 years since Gamergate. The industry must now stand up to the far-right trolls. This is the last stand of
Says interesting.
gaming
Don't let
journalists,
the Pixin find
in
you
my
all.
opinion. My wife and I have talked about this before on the channel, that we believe they have been trying to kick off another
Says at
Gamergate for at least a
BRUV.
year or two, and they were trying to do it with Hogwarts Legacy, and it did not work. Now they're using this, Sweet Baby Inc., and the outrage over this, the faux outrage. I mean, come on, you can't tell me that they're that ass mad that somebody's keeping track of the different places where Sweet Baby Inc. has been detected, different projects they've worked on. And again, for those of you who don't know, if you're completely lost, Sweet Baby Inc. is a Canadian consulting firm. Basically, they're sensitivity readers, and they've been associated with a lot of AAA titles that have failed colossally. And we're seeing what kind of people actually work for Sweet Baby Inc.
Says
And they're
doo-doo-doo-doo-doo
exactly what you would
door.
expect. We've seen this in comics. We've seen it in Hollywood.
Says in drawing with you, I'm
but
just
gaming is a
drawing an
big
animation
holdout.
of angel dust from Aspen
So here we go.
Hotel.
Conspiracy theorists are still
Okay.
routinely targeting and abusing women and woke game consultants. With a small studio currently under fire, the game industry's silence is deafening. The reason they're not coming out of the woodwork to defend Sweet Baby
Says
Inc.
now draw
is
me
one,
holding her hand.
they're not going to defend gaming journals at Kotaku. Why would they? Kotaku,
Oh, foreign
Polygon, The
American, what's
Gamer,
going on, bro?
they've actively tried to destroy game studios, game developers. I think they're just going to let it happen. I think this at this point, it doesn't work. Everybody's seeing through the bullshit. They're seeing through the games. Alyssa Mercanti, who is the senior editor at Kotaku,
Says nothing much, I just don't know what to draw.
they hit her with community
Well,
notes.
things
She
that you're
said,
not
just a
good at
reminder
drawing
that
at.
you can't
I'm
win
not
with
good at drawing
conspiracy
at.
theorists who live in echo chambers. You
female
post a
body, so I'm
screenshot of
doing
a
that
death
now.
threat. They want more information. Yet the same people who are claiming I'm faking it are accusing me of trying to dox an entire community. Make up your mind. Readers add context. Alyssa refers to the recent protest from a group
Says
from the gaming
okay.
community involving Sweet Baby Inc. gaming journalists, aligning
Says what
herself
app
with the
you
latter.
using?
However, it's worth noting
Clips of
there's
your
no
paint.
evidence provided to back up the claims and
If you want to get it,
accusations
clips in
she makes in her
link in
post.
bio.
Yeah, why won't you mention Sweet Baby Inc.'s harassment and attempt to cancel me? Says Cabrutus, here in Brazil, games are expensive as fuck. Their taxes are very high. And I think that's part of the reason why Wizards of the Coast pulled out from publishing Dungeons & Dragons there recently. My Steam account is 14 years old with more than 700 non-cheap games bought, yet you don't mention that Sweet Baby Inc. tried to make me lose everything and seize my right to speak. Of course not, because that doesn't go with the narrative. According to people like Alyssa, you probably are a white dude and a Trump supporter, living in a trailer park in Alabama or something. That's, even though this is,
Says
this is
me
not
too,
a
it's
white
really
dude
an
living in
amazing
Brazil,
app.
and it doesn't matter what he thinks about Trump because you can't vote for him. But that's the mindset. So this article, right? 10 years ago, a game developer's aggrieved ex-boyfriend published a vindictive screed accusing her of trading sex for favorable reviews of her indie game. This was left upon... God, they really are keeping score. That was left upon by the least savory corner of the 2014 internet, 4chan, and kicked off a harassment campaign that broadened to include all women working in the video game development or gaming press. That is not true. As well as the industry's LGBTQ plus community. Not everybody, I don't think. Sensing blood in the water, alt-right agitators on YouTube and Steve Bannon's Breitbart jumped on the bandwagon and soon began to steer it in Gamergate as this manufactured outrage became known It mutated into one of the first fronts of the modern culture wars, driven by social media, misogyny, and weaponized disaffection of young men. Many of its tactics became part of the reason why Trump got elected. Oh my God.
Oh, please. To hell with that. That's not the reason. Y'all
This
just
week, a 16
big cope.
narrative
Big
design studio.
Big
Narrative
cope. You actually believe that? Come on. Anyone who sisters believes that, I swear to God, your parents are related. There's no way. There's no way. No. No. No.
As narrative design.
No.
Has found itself at the center of a conspiracy theory that holds
No.
it responsible for the insidious prevalence of wokery in modern video games.
That is
a
wild.
group with more than 200,000 followers. Again, 200,000 people that buy games. If they have an account, they're probably buying games. 200,000 potential customers. They're just pointing that out. On a PC game storefront, Steam, as well as thousands in a Discord chat channel, believe that Sweet Baby Inc. is secretly forcing game developers to change the bodies, ethnicities, and sexualities of video game characters to conform to woke ideology. They think that Sweet Baby has written and controlled almost every popular video game of the past 5 years, shutting straight white men out. Now, I do not believe that, but I believe that if a studio is inclined to call Sweet Baby Inc., you already know what kind of game it's going to be. You already know the changes they're going to make, and it is possible that once they get into the studio and you're bringing them in as consultants, that they're going to nitpick everything. And it is possible that these studios, the bosses at the studios, are so, freaking chicken shit that they will listen to Sweet Baby Inc. You could have somebody that's maybe a 30-year vet in the video game industry listening to some rando that just showed up a couple of years ago telling them that if they publish this game, there's going to be all kinds of backlash on social media because it's stereotypical or it's racist or it's misogynist or it's offensive in some way. So you better listen to us. You better listen to us, or we'll get our friends at Kotaku and Polygon to write hit pieces about how awful your game is. And you wouldn't listen to us. We tried. We tried to tell you that Peter Parker needs to be a black lesbian in a wheelchair, and you would not listen to us. Be a real shame. Be a real shame if there were hit pieces written about your game preemptively.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. The agency has done nothing of the sort, simply a narrative development studio, the video game equivalent of script doctors that works with, but you're admitting that they change things. Script doctors that works with game developers to ensure their plots make sense and their characters aren't embarrassingly out of touch. The mission statement is to make games more engaging, more fun, more meaningful, more inclusive.
The irony in all this, they said out of touch, and the most out of touch people are telling you you're out of touch. That is the irony in all this. This is why gaming sucks. This is why gaming sucks. Jesus Christ, the lack of self-awareness.
They're saying they don't have the power to dictate anything. I think they do and they don't. 10 years ago, it was female game journalists and critics in the firing line. This time, it's narrative designers. No, sensitivity readers. And they ruined tabletop, too. And not surprisingly, people working at Sweet Baby Inc. are also involved in the tabletop space. Wizards of the Coast has actually employed them, too.
Makes sense.
Which makes so much sense when you look at the other
Oh my God, it makes so much damn sense why Wizard of the Coast sucks so much. Hey, bro, I didn't see you there, bro. Oh my God, that is terrible. That is terrible.
Dragons. The fact that they brought these people in to change things that weren't offensive.
Do you know the U.S. solar company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in California, they have to give you solar panels.
Nathan Grayson of Aftermath, which would be, I think that was the ones, was it Escapist? They went out and they went and started their own thing. And Alyssa Mercanti of Kotaku have both investigated the origins and sprawling nature of the Sweet Baby conspiracy. And just those two, basically. Like everybody else is like, that's a real shame. The gamers are eating Sweet Baby Inc. alive. Sucks to be them. Moving on. They're talking about connections to BlackRock and blah, 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 blah. When Gamergate was going on, the silence for much of the video games industry was deafening. Instead of standing up for the people that were being targeted, almost everyone who wasn't being directly attacked by Gamergate's mob stuck their fingers in their ears and tried to pretend it wasn't happening.
I said now, back when I said, why don't these game companies just get together and go after BlackRock? But I'm thinking to myself, why don't we all just go after BlackRock on Twitter? I'm pretty sure they have a Twitter. Why don't we all just go after them at once? And Vanguard and Larry Fink. Why can't we just go after them? Like, it just makes no sense to it makes total sense to me. Like, they're the ones causing all this. Because, like, without the BlackRock and the Larry Fink and Vanguard, the sweet babies and all these other things don't exist. Like, why attack the sweet baby now when you think about it? That's just a symptom of the problem. What you need to do is get to the core root. If you get to the core root, then this won't never exist ever again. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just makes more sense for every company on the earth, whether it's from your restaurant food chains to your video game to your Hollywoods and directors. Like, all of them just get together and just go after this individual, Larry Fink, and then BlackRock, and then Vanguard. They can't go after everyone. They can't go after everyone. They can't ruin everyone. If everyone goes after those three, what can they do? Drop their what? You're gonna lose your stocks. They're all gonna lose their stocks. Like, if they go after
your
them.
humble opinion on the state of the economic structure and state of the United States.
I don't care for that. It's right. That's going out the window since the whole, like, immigration thing. That's gonna ruin everything. New York is already out the window. California is already out the window. Most of these places are destroyed because of wokeism. Most of it, and policies that don't need to be placed upon. It's just madness in itself. It doesn't make any sense. There's no point. I think there's going to be a big for the U.S. I think something big is going to come, and we are not prepared for it when it comes. Whether it's like a financial thing or something very devastating, because we worry on things that it's not important, and because they're not important, we're gonna put focus on them. Once they're important, we ignore it, or we don't say anything about it, or we do little to fix it. So us Americans are very stubborn and hard-headed to fix a problem when the problem could be easily fixed. But it is what it is.
Happening. Media outlets, game developers, and publishers, perhaps motivated by a fear of making things worse or alienating what they feared was a sizable part of their audience. 200,000 people have subscribed to that Sweet Baby Inc. detected list. I'm just saying. They failed to speak out. They spoke out at all. They would do it too late. IGN, the most popular game website in the world, published a stunningly weak exercise in both sidesism about recent unpleasantness that failed to call the movement by its name. The games industry's failure to speak out decisively did not calm the situation. It did nothing to dissuade the mob. It left people who were in some cases being harassed out of their homes and workplaces feeling alone, furious, and often afraid, where they would turn to Kickstarter and GoFundMe to bankroll ventures and then not actually deliver stuff. As I understand
Says nice
it.
opinion.
The 10
I
years
agree
since
with
Gamergate, the culture wars that were
It's just
fermented
like,
in
I
game
think
reforms
what
have
we
spread out
need
to
to
poison
do is literally look at ourselves as Americans and say, what is the common factor of each problem that's happening? Right? They're all different, but they all have a core problem. Like the gaming thing. This is what I said earlier. The reason why this wokeism is even happening amongst all your stuff, whether it be video games, movies, even, I guess, restaurant food chains, moisturizer like franchises and stuff like that. The reason all this woke shit is happening is because BlackRock is this. If you take away BlackRock, Vanguard, and Larry Fink out of the way, this will come to an end, or at least this will be extremely controlled in a way that it won't be so forced, right? Because even Larry Fink says we have to do force behaviors. That's what he said. Force behaviors. If we force your behavior, then you have no choice but. But just because you force me doesn't mean that we're going to make a profit. You just systematically just killed my business. Because if I have to play by your rules and your rules destroys my business, I don't have a business. It's just I'm just on borrowed time at this point. And this is why all these companies are going down and dropping all these layoffs and all that stuff, whether it be in the tech industry or because they brought in the activists, whether they're for some Middle Eastern situation or they feel like they're about a feminist movement and all this stuff. It doesn't matter. once you bring those activists into your shit who don't have nothing to do but complain to be on Twitter all day, you're going to have someone who's going to say something to the wrong person, and you're going to have a lawsuit on your hands. So to get rid of this problem, I think every company, person, citizen, don't matter, should go after BlackRock, Vanguard, Larry Fink. If you go after these three individuals, then, or pretty much all the same, these three individuals, they have to change their policy somehow for this to work, for this to come to an end. Because if you sit there and let this happen and just go after each woke company, that's not going to stop the problem. All you did is just halt them from selling a product to you for the next month or two. But they're going to go back to what they're going to be doing because they need to get that ESG score up. So to stop this is to stop the ESG for even existing. So the best thing to do is go after the people who cause the ESG to even exist. If you stop that, then you stop all these problems and all these people who are being hired who don't deserve to be hired to be in these industries and actually get a job or actually get some talent or work on their skills.
Almost all aspects of our lives. Yes, and it seems like everything's kind of was, I'm going to be honest, everything was
true.
Settling down. Everything was going back to center, normal. Studios were starting to, not just in video games, but Hollywood and comic books and stuff. People were starting to swing back, and they're like, let's just make stuff that sells again and not worry about the narrative designers because they represent a very few people. Most people are not offended. Let's not worry about it. Let's just go back and start making money. And then you guys decided you were going to take a non-issue and turn it into a big issue and try to start another Gamergate.
Just to be clear for those who don't know, I am doing a podcast over here on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and Kick. If you want to hear what we're talking about, the reason I'm talking randomly for those who don't know, I'm over here on YouTube listening to and reacting to what Neon's saying from Cloudfish TV on YouTube. And he's talking about the whole...
hold up, my crush is at my house. I gotta leave real quick.
All right, gotcha. But like we what I'm trying to say is that we're listening to what he's saying, and as he's explaining it, I give my opinion on what's happening. And I only focuses on things that's like entertainment based on like video games, anime, movies, I guess cartoons, and anything that is like pop culture referenced to most cases.
Says,
in what
hey,
I do.
Teach, you want to see something cool?
Sure. So. Plus Ultra. Hey, Rev. But yeah, that's pretty much what the problem's coming from. If you stop the core problem, you won't have a symptom. But if you ignore the symptom, if you ignore the core problem, you're always going to have a bunch of symptoms that will pop up one way or another in different ways. So yeah, that's where the problem comes in. We're going to always have this issue till we say, you know what? This has this has to stop. This has to come to an end. Because this is not working. And it's costing us money and opportunities for others who actually are talented enough to hold the helm of what we're trying to produce. And if we keep hiring these crazy activists, we're not going to get anywhere, and we're going to be broke and out of a job. So might as well get the people who are actually not talented, but competent, talented, and want to do this, because I'm tired of all these so-called directors and actors, especially directors. I ain't going to talk about the actors because they just follow whatever the director tells them. And the one thing they need to stop doing is hiring people who hate the property that they're working on. Why does that make any sense in anyone's head? Why would I hire... Like, let's put it this way.
Says I send it to you on Discord.
Why would I...
sketch I finished.
Why would I hire a cook who hates cooking? If they hate cooking, what that means is that they will eventually do something to the food when pissed off enough and then give it to your customer, and they may get sick. Why would you hire this? You know what I'm saying? You're just putting yourself in a lawsuit that will cost you a lot of money, time, and resources that should have been sent to your business because you, for some odd reason, because there's an ESG score behind you or like on you, is telling you to hire this individual because they checkbox something, not that they're good at their job, and then therefore you're pretty much a diversity hire at that point. Therefore, they do something that they know they shouldn't have done, but the only reason why they know they got the job is because there was diversity hire. So they're not going to take the job seriously. Why would you do this? What business person with a brain will do this? That makes no damn sense. Wouldn't it make more sense to hire someone who actually enjoys cooking?
Says plus on top of all that they have to check your records to before they hire you.
They should. There should be a vetting process on virtually everything. But now we're in this, because there's a vetting process, that's being some type of, you're being some type of ist, because you're trying to vet them to feel if they're competent enough to do said job. This is madness. This is madness. It makes no sense. And all it's going to do is cost people their lives, their livelihoods, their lives, time, money. It ruins the economy eventually down the line, whether it's direct or indirectly. And then it probably might cost people their lives depending on what the occupation is. Like someone who's who does like piloting, or someone who has to navigate the pilot to land, or someone who's a cop, someone who's an authority of people's lives, someone who's a doctor of all things. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is dangerous and insane. And I'm not for any of this. This ESG shit has to go. It's going to hurt people in the long run, and we don't understand.
It's not so much about confidence that scares me. It's if they have a record on them, like a police record.
Oh yeah, that too. No, fraud, I get that too.
Etc.
No, I get that too. That's,
who knows?
But if you're competent,
they could have a criminal record behind them.
They may have a criminal record. Yes, I do understand that. But they could be really reformed and know that their actions has consequences. But that also needs another layer of verification, just to see if they actually are good at said job, right? Because, people make mistakes, and I understand that. But I'm not open to the idea of just laying you in, because I'm only into the idea if you can do it, you're competent enough, you're confident enough, you can handle yourself well in situations that are stressful, and you know how to deal with the customer in an according way, in a professional manner, that they don't feel threatened, they don't feel attacked, they don't feel uncomfortable, and yourself as well. But with this think police nonsense that's going on, it's not going to work. It's going to cause extreme resentment amongst minorities, minorities of people of color, or diversity, or whatever case may be you want to refer to it as, or orientation. It's just going to cause resentment and anger over time, and it's going to be very internalized over time. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse till something has to give. Nothing just stays angry. Eventually, that person who's angry will eventually blow the fuck up, and then things will go wrong, and it's just going to make things even worse. You know what I'm saying? So this is where this ESG thing is a cancer.
Believe as
or DEI,
gaming journalism's last stand. All these websites are shutting down. They're laying people off. You need something. You guys need something to latch onto.
One person I saw who met all the requirements that could handle stress, and they were a manager, but then they started stealing money cause of their position.
You can still play the victim card.
I believe.
And then you can go out and do a GoFundMe or something.
Yes.
It's no surprise why they complain about their job.
Yeah.
This is my daughter, Aya.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is inclined to call Sweet Baby Inc. You are and then not actually deliver stuff.
The world is going
to understand it.
And well,
the 10 years since Gamergate, the culture wars that were fermented in gamer forums have spread out to poison almost all aspects of our lives. Yes, and it seems like everything's kind of I'm going to be honest, everything was settling down. Everything was going back to center.
No. I honestly believe Neon's a little bit smelling the roses a little too early. I don't think that everything's going back to normal as he claims, or going back to center. I believe what he's seeing is that because of people being laid off so frequently now, that he's seeing that it's coming to center. That only comes to center when you can actually see the change with the layoffs. With the layoffs and the projects that comes out. I'm not gonna even come to say it came to center yet till we see the next movie, the next Marvel movie,
It's
the
going
next
in
X-Men.
reverse then going forward,
Yeah,
TBH.
it's like it's going in reverse, but it's supposed to go in reverse to fix the problem that's going forward. The problem with Neon, I'm hearing here from him, is that he's saying that because the layoffs are happening, because that people are losing their job more frequently, the cancel culture is not as potent as it used to be. He feels like we're getting back to center. No, we're on the right track. I will at least say that, but I don't think we're even close to center.
Teach. How are you? Hand pink waving.
Hey, hun. Hey, Star. How you doing, hon? I don't think we're even close to center. I think we're going down the right direction with getting rid of the activists, but that only shows if they know how to get rid of activists and vet them. Because just getting rid of the current activists doesn't mean they're not going to hire new activists, right? And those new activists may be much more clever than the last ones that they got rid of. So this might still stay the same, but just more covert than it is before, right? Now, because everyone's more self-aware of what's going on. So till we see the next Marvel project, the next Pixar project, the next, I don't know, I don't want to say DreamWorks. DreamWorks has not really been in that much trouble compared to Disney. The next anything project that could end up being subjected to the wokeness, we'll see. Because remember, we thought
listen to your voice, face purple, wide eyes.
We thought we thought that the movie Dungeons and Dragons was going to be super woke, but it ended up being less woke than we thought. Like, from a scale of 1 to 10, it was probably like a 2 in wokeness, when we all thought it was going to be a straight 7 or 8. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's what I'm saying. If the wokeness is like a 2, then people will come back and watch your movies. I'm not saying get rid of well, I think getting rid of ESG is the best thing to do. But if they're not ever going to get rid of ESG, put it at 2 instead of putting it at a far 9 or a far 8. Because when people feel like
we're getting to a point where things are so bad that people are starting to feel physically fight the government to put a stop to the nonsense we're dealing with.
I feel
game-wise, political-wise, racism, etc. They're moving and they're seeing red.
I understand that, and that's what I'm trying to convey to people so we can prevent this problem. Get rid of the problem that's causing it. It is Larry Fink, BlackRock, Vanguard. If you get rid of these 3 things and make them reform the way they do the ESG thing, and do it in a way that is fair to everyone and not forced upon, then you will get your diversity. You get your people of color, people of orientation, and X, Y, and Z, and then everything will be fine. But when you force behaviors like Larry Fink said, that's when you're going to have yourself a vitriol opposition to the cause. And this is what's happening now.
Is this debate TikTok friendly, Teach?
Yes. That's why I'm not playing it in the Tik. You gotta come over here on YouTube and Twitch. You can hear me, but that it needs context. So that's what we need. We need a reform on the idea of ESG and DEI. If you can give that reform, everything will be fine, and in a way that is not unfair to everyone. And this is the problem with doing everything for everyone. It's not going to work at the same time.
Just asking, Teach.
I understand. It's not going to work because you can't appease everyone. Right? And this is what gaming, I think most game developers are coming to understand. You can't produce a game for everyone, because once you start doing that, you make a game for virtually no one, because you're going to put things that conflict with other people's ideologies and understandings of things. And that's where the problem comes in. So it's you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So might as well get damned for something you want to do compared to something you don't want to do. It just makes more sense in my head. But this is why this whole thing is becoming a big problem, and now people are really waking up to this nonsense.
But who's to say that if we reform them that they won't come after us who start the change?
No, but that's why
also keep that in mind as well.
That's why we have to go
as a change and convince some people and move them over. But the question remains, what do you do with the other people as well?
Well, there's not much because this is what war is like. There's always going to be a casualty in war. That's just how things going to be. You can't save everyone. You can't protect everyone. And this is where I think Democrats are kind of figuring out this problem with the whole immigrant thing, and what's going on right now. You can't save everyone, and this is why people in New York is complaining right now on what's happening. And people in California is probably saying the same thing, but quietly, because it's pretty woke over there. New York is pretty woke too, but like you can't save everyone.
Peace is going to be pretty tough. TBH.
Says it brighter close, so you're babysitting.
So like that's the sad part about all of this. It's a sad reality of what that is, but it's reality nonetheless. So if we go as a whole of people going after not just one, but if we go as a cluster of companies, customers, and employees at these three entities, they can't help but have to respond and have to reform backwards because they can't go after everyone. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. If you can go as a cluster, they can't go after everyone.
Says you want to babysit my kiddo, Brylol, JK.
So this is why.
Do you mean moving like as a nation?
I want to say as a nation because there's going to be people who's going to be there's going to be opposition to people who want to go after BlackRock for whatever reason, because either they're scared of BlackRock, they don't know what that is, or they think you're just some type of is, so you're just saying this because it's talking points that they heard before, but don't really know what to do. So therefore, they'll just call you is because they're too lazy to do it or too scared to do it. It's usually what that is. So you're going to have opposition for BlackRock, not even from BlackRock or Vanguard or Larry Fink, but people who are going to defend them, just like how you have the otakus and the Sweet Baby Inks. They're all defending each other against the one thing that they're causing. They are the cause of the problem, but they rather not fix it because it stops their bottom line. You know what I'm saying? So that's where the problem comes in. So it's frustrating enough to get a bunch of people on your side, but it's even worse when you have a bunch of people on the side against your opposition, and your opposition is not even fighting back. They have some type of stand that's standing in the way between you and them. So you're not even attacking them. You're attacking the people who are protecting them.
Says it, beanbag law. They're my nieces and nephews.
So they're all. So that's wild.
Normal. Studios were starting to, not just in video games, but Hollywood and comic books and stuff, people were starting to swing back, and they're like, let's just make stuff that sells again.
The only thing I have with Neon's take on this is that I think he's too quick to say we're going back to center. I think that's my only problem with his statement on that. That's it. I don't think we're there yet in getting back to center. I think we're going the right direction on them getting rid of the activists secretly or just outrightly, but we need to figure out, we need to know, once you take them out, the next project you put out, will it be at the standard that we're asking for what the customer's been asking? Or will it be just as worse or worser than it was before? That's the question. Until we see the next Marvel project with this Deadpool and Wolverine and the next Pixar project, which I don't know what that is yet, if they made an announcement and stuff like that, till we see those projects and fucking One Piece. One Piece didn't have a problem, the live action one, but God knows if they put anything woke in that. But it's kind of hard to make One Piece woke given that it is a diverse set of characters. But it depends on how they write the story from that point. Actually, now it's not even about the diversity, because there's a bunch of diversity amongst all the characters.
Says hi everybody. Guess what day it is?
Hey Bianco, it's your birthday.
Dear Teach, your talent is awe-inspiring, and your guidance means the world to me. Your kindness, care, and intelligence shine through in all you do.
Aww.
Your golden heart and soul touch many, and I am.
Aw, thank you, hon. Aw, thank you, Kitty.
Grateful
Thank you
to be
so much for
guided
that
by
star.
someone
You're
as amazing
amazing.
as you. I support you on every platform, and I wish you all the success and greatness in the world. Good luck on your journey into the future. They've
Thank
goofed
you.
them up so much, who knows if the people would even play it.
Thank you
Cause
so
of how
much.
much they've messed up the games with racism and other crazy stuff.
Well, we'll see, because the people who are running the whole anti-racism thing is the racist people. That what makes it funny. That what makes it ironic. And thank you again for that star. I do appreciate it, hun.
Says how'd you know Art?
I had a feeling. Happy birthday, hun. I hope you're having an awesome day. And because it's your birthday, hold on real quick. Actually, before I do that, let me play this and then I'll do that for you.
Because they represent a very few people. Most people are not offended. Let's not worry about it. Let's just go back and start making money. And then you guys decided you were going to take a non-issue.
Says how did you know Art?
And turn it into a big issue and try to start another Gamergate. I believe as gaming journalism's last stand. All these websites are shutting down. They're laying people off. You need something. You guys need something to latch onto.
Says at Bianca_Boyle's
to
happy
get hits.
birthday.
Even if it's negative attention, you're still getting hits. You can still play the victim card.
Says it
and then you can go out and do a GoFundMe or something like, oh my God, they shut down Kotaku. We don't understand why. I'm like, probably if they do wind up shutting down Kotaku or Polygon or whatever, it's going to be like Jezebel. It's going to be like Deadspin. They're probably like, you're not bringing in money and you're a freaking liability. You're going to get us sued. You're going to fuck around and get us sued, and we cannot afford to keep this website going. Because between the lack of revenue and the liability, it's just a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Basically, why isn't the media speaking up? We've learned that ignoring them does not help. It only makes it worse. The people working at Sweet Baby should not be left to suffer on behalf of the studios that employ them. Maybe they were annoyed by them too. Did you ever think about that? Maybe they came in and you had people that have been working in the industry for years and they came in and said everything about your game is wrong. And you
maybe
need to
they
listen
did.
to us. You know, we
maybe
just started
they did.
like
maybe
2 years ago, but you need to listen to us.
Maybe they did.
It'd be a real shame if something bad happened to your game before it came out that, you know, all these outlets started writing hit pieces about the people working on the game and, you know, the toxic masculinity in the game.
Jesus Christ. Yeah,
so they said that they didn't force
putrid term. God, I hate that term. Toxic masculinity term. This shit is stupid as hell.
Characters, ethnicity, you know,
that's easy.
They did that in their own.
For
Nobody's
one,
forcing
the media
diversity
is plain
in the
scared, and if they do try to rant on any platform, the post will get taken down or reported or banned. It's so obvious why people aren't saying anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Video games. This is how they wrap it up. Nobody's forcing diversity into video games. It's happening naturally as players and developers themselves diversify. That is actually true. Like, why you have to call attention to it? Just do it. You know, but don't take existing characters or existing franchises and try to bend them to whatever current year politics are fashionable. It's happening naturally. Yeah, it should happen naturally.
You know, it would. You know what would be weird? This ESG thing would have been much more covert if they never said things like diversity, equity, inclusion. They would just put it in the games. Just put it in the games. Make it more of a suggestion than a requirement. If you made it more of a suggestion, right, of ESG than a requirement, then probably people will be more susceptible to the whole like DEI, ESG, diversity.
Well, you said
inclusion.
it yourself. They can't help but say it.
Yeah, they can't help
They
themselves.
absolutely cannot help themselves.
So this is why if little baby, if Sweet Baby changes their name, or all the people literally disband and Sweet Baby gets shut down, and they go to other firms, these same people cannot help themselves, and they're going to be jaded as hell. So the fact that they're going to be jaded, they can't help but put what they want in there to upset more gamers, just to get one back. And what's worse is these people don't get off their Twitters unless it's totally banned and gone, right? So they'll still stay with those Twitters no matter what. And even if they got banned from Twitter, they'll make a whole new Twitter and act the same way, even name themselves the same person. You'd be surprised how wild these people can really get.
As players and developers themselves diversify, Gamergate didn't intimidate women out of video games 10 years ago. Actually, there are a lot of women who thought Gamergate was stupid, and those journalists were stupid too. And we won't be intimidated now. The games industry knows a greater breadth of content featuring a greater breadth of characters made with contributions of a greater breadth of people is good for creativity and for business. No matter what some aggrieved gamers think, this time
Says
it must
that
make it
Bianca
support
underscore
perfectly
Boyle's
and
happy birthday.
unequivocally queer. I'm sorry, clear. That was a Freudian slip. This time it must make it support perfectly and unequivocally clear. Yeah, they're basically they're ass mad that people aren't going to their defense. Is what's going on, because I think everybody sees that gaming journos are the ones who are drumming up this drama, and they're doing it for clicks, and it doesn't work anymore. But
I tell you, the day these gaming journals get replaced by AI will be a great day. It will be a beautiful day. It will be a magnificent day when the day all these people either lose their job, lose the company, or the company just outright replaces them with a robot. I will be happy. And I'm going to feel bad for those who try to not do this. But the people who try to do this and cause hell, I will be happy.
I heard one gaming journal was close to being shut down once and for all.
Well, I hope so.
This is what the plan was, guys. This was the plan. They tried it with Hogwarts Legacy. It did not work, and I do not think it's going to work this time. I think it has spilled out into the mainstream somewhat, but I honest to God think the studios realized that hiring these people was a bad idea. Hiring some of the people that they have at their studios right now is a bad idea, and this is why there's all this talk of AAA gaming slimming down, getting rid of dead weight, making smaller games, and part of that, I believe, is getting rid of activists. They're getting rid of people who are going to open them up to these kinds of hit pieces being written about their studios, written about their personnel, and they're getting rid of them.
And again, I do agree with Neon here that they are getting rid of the activists whether it's in their own policy way or whether it's covert or a case may be. Fine, I'm perfectly fine with that. I agree with him on that one. What I don't agree with him on, like I said, is that I don't think we're at the middle yet. I think we're going down the right direction if that's what's happening here, or so. But just because they got rid of the current activists doesn't mean that they won't get much more crazier activists, or the activists themselves might get wised up and try to be more sneaky with it. Remember, we only learned about the CEO doing what she was doing in Sweet Baby Inc. 6-7 years, almost a decade later now, right? I think that was in 2014. It's 2024. That's a decade ago now. We are just now figuring out what she was doing for us to do X, Y, and Z, right? Because I think Sweet Baby was founded in 2013 or 2014, and that was 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? It took us 10 years to figure out what this woman was doing for her to infiltrate the gaming industry to do what she was doing. So that tells a lot about how much we were blinded by what was going on, or how many higher ups was just ignoring the problem, or allowing this to happen because of, I don't know, probably white guilt or whatever the fuck. But the case is, this is wild. This is crazy.
And we're going to go back to business as usual. And that will include diverse characters. Yeah, absolutely. That will include diversity. There's always been diversity in games.
For my present from Art.
Even if
diverse
they
players
the people,
playing games, they just
the
didn't have
industry
it
in any shape.
Okay, when you come back, let me know.
Did they even take
oh
into
my
account that we have all news media? They have their noses practically everywhere, anytime, any place, and they know when the newest news is leaked. They never truly get rid of them.
No, they don't. This is why I say, even if they get rid of the ones that they got rid of, doesn't mean that this solves the problem. The only thing is you just delayed projects being messed with. What we need to do is have a vetting process, but even a vetting process is not 100%, but it's better than just letting anyone in because they checkbox something, right? It's like that bill, and I don't know it's in Washington, but it's like a bill that keeps kids off the internet at a certain age. There's going to be kids, or there's going to be a way for kids to get on the internet, but it's better than just outright letting them go on the internet and be exposed to virtually anything and everything.
Oh my God, it's corn.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like ultimately, it's better to have a vetting process than to have nothing.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that law.
I know Asmongold has been for it, and I'm behind him on that. I have no problem with the idea of kids not being able to get on the internet yet at the age of, I think, 13. I think 13 is or 16. I think it's between 13 or 16 where kids can be on the internet. Because kids are too exposed to virtually everything, and these kids get traumatized by these things whether they know it or not, and then they say and do things that they would be considered not for children, and then bring it to their friends, and then they do it too. Like it's just it becomes a social contagion after that, because my little brother he says and does things that he's seen on the internet, things that he shouldn't know about till he was like probably at least 14, 15, 16. But he's saying things at the age of 10. And I'm like, dude, like, you shouldn't be even repeating those shit you're saying. But because he's exposed to
our
so much.
generation had access to the internet so easily back in the day.
Yeah, and the thing is about that is, like, the internet wasn't, well, it was, we could access it. And it was, I wouldn't say it was easy because there was no real regulation like that. Like the LimeWire, the Napster, and all that stuff. Like there was not a lot of regulation, but like the thing is like being exposed to stuff was almost a chore to a certain extent. Like if it was not about corn, then it was kind of hard to get exposed to like ideologies like that because there was no Twitter. Okay, there we go. Because there was no Twitter.
Says low.
Okay, there we go. So there was no Twitter, there was no Facebook, there was no easy way to access something and get news that fast. There was no YouTube at the time. YouTube came around like 06, 05. I think it was 06. Yeah, I think it was 06. No, I think it was created in 05, but it was official to everyone in 06. I think around that time. There was no news. So the news that you got was literally from the TV. So everyone was getting the same news on the TV, right? Whether it was Fox or CNN, there was like the only two. Probably your local news if you lived in a certain area or whatever. But that was usually just covering what was happening locally.
I remember in 2005, maybe a little later, that's all kids were exposed to. It didn't end well.
No, it didn't.
Kids would get assaulted, maybe more, killed. It was horrible.
No.
And being reflective of the real world and being quote unquote woke. Woke is a bastardized version of natural diversity. And, these
Joe's other son was 10 and used the box cutter to
like
do you know what?
Inc. are making bank
Damn.
off of the fear that if these studios don't toe the line with current year politics, they're going to go out of business. They're going to be shamed. They're going to be canceled. And I don't think it works anymore. This is desperate. The fact that they have to publish an article begging for help for a problem that they created is desperate. And I do look forward to the day, and I think it's going to come pretty soon, when sites like Kotaku and Polygon get shut down, because they're not bringing it. All they're doing is bringing headaches for their corporate owners. I'm going to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
Okay, so that was Sweet Baby Inc. That was Clownfish talking, or Neon from Clownfish TV talking about the Sweet Baby Inc. backlash and woke gaming. I was so sure we saw this video, but I guess not. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I hope you guys enjoy this, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much. I appreciate every last one of you guys, and I'll see you guys in the next one. And also give a follow to Clownfish as well. Laters. Alright, so what we're going to do next is, okay, so we do have a comic one. This one's a comic one. So this is from Think Critical, also from Wes. He says, Ultimate Spider-Man, stomping Batman and everyone else. So, I don't know if he's talking about, like, there's a comic between Batman and Spider-Man.
Hey, Teach, did you see the sketch I sent you on Discord?
Let me go check. I don't know if he's talking about there's a comic book between Batman and Spider-Man, or he's talking about sales. So we'll see that in 2 seconds. Let me go look at this real quick.
It's funny the Supreme Court can all agree on banning TikTok, but I can't agree on raising the minimum wage.
Well, remember, when you
I just
raise...
finished it out, so I wanted to show it to you.
Well, it's not that it's a bad idea to raise minimum wage, but remember, when you raise minimum wage, you raise taxes. So, like, I think minimum wage is like, what, $7.50 an hour, I think? If you raise it to like 10 or 13, 15, let's say you raise it to $15, which is pretty high, you're going to pay extreme high taxes. Like, extreme high taxes. So, like, a burger for, like, that was $1 something will be like $6. Milk that was like probably $2 will be like $6.50, right? Or $7.50. Because the more, you know what I'm saying? That's how it works. This is why I didn't trust the whole Joe Biden thing with the whole, like, he's gonna give you free yeah, what do you call it?
I'd rather just pay more to get more.
It won't even out though. Well, no, it will. It won't. Yeah, it won't even the way you want. So, like, if you're getting more money, you're just gonna be back in the same place. So, like, say, okay, so say you're saying $7.50, right? And you go buy like a carton of milk for like what, $4.50, right? If they pay you $15.50, and the carton of milk was $4.50 before, it'll be $8.50. So it's not like it's gonna make much of a difference. I think the problem, it's hard to get, because this is why I didn't believe Joe Biden with the whole,
yeah,
like,
and cause of how high those taxes are, why do you think we have so many people moving from California down to Montana? Cause they're fed up with the price of taxes.
Yeah, that's usually what it
Montana
is.
has gotten larger cause of that reason.
Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised. I have to pay my taxes by next month. So I have to take a week off. I think next week I'll take a week off and just literally do all my taxes and get everything in place for next month. But and hope I get something out of it, because Uncle Sam be gouging the shit out of my shit. But anyway, it is what it is. But the thing is about that is, and what makes this matter worse is asking for more money for minimum wage is probably out of the question ever since they brought in the whole, like, refugees into the US, because in New York they're giving every non-US citizen $10,000 each. And people in New York don't get that money when they're the ones that was here first. So when you ask for a minimum wage, best believe they're going to make it extremely hard for you to live in the area you're in. Like, it's so fuck. I'm surprised this thing is not plaguing like Florida already got it bad. So if they had anything close to those immigrants coming to Florida, woof, people will leave Florida instantly almost tomorrow. That's why you don't ask for minimum wage now. This is why when you have someone like Joe Biden, you're going to have a problem. This is why I knew when he said he was going to get free college, that was not going to happen, because the you have to pay crazy amount of taxes for that to be free. That's why public school is free, because taxes. Now, if you make, and it's not going to be called college anymore. if you make college free, it's going to be called 13th grade with steps.
No wondering they love Montana.
That's why you don't
Our
want free
prices are
college.
high but tolerable.
And then what happens is you bring in.
I didn't realize people love it so much down here.
And what happens? What you do? You bring in people who are not even for college.
Can you make me a mod for you too, please?
Oh, I thought I did. Hold on. I was so certain I did. I can't do that here. I can't do that here. Hold on. I thought I did. And ultimately, you just gotta think of it. Everything leads back down to money. It doesn't matter how virtuous you are. It doesn't matter you're a Democrat or you're a Republican or moderatist or whatever the fuck. Everything stems back to money. It's all about money. Everything they do, everything they say is all about money. It's not about it's for the people or anything. It's about money. Once you realize that part, you start realizing these people don't care about X, Y, and Z. They're just trying to make as much money, and what's their bottom line? That is their bottom line, is to make as much money. Now, people in New York, or politicians now in New York, are going backwards now on what they said for letting the migrants come in. Now they're trying to figure out ways how to either send them back or not have to house them as much. But now the people are asking people in New York to open their houses to these migrants.
Greed is a dangerous thing.
It is a dangerous thing.
I don't know, but later.
Let me see. No, I'm gonna do it now. I know I can do it. It's just that. Hold on. I know I can do it. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you, Bean. I got you, Bean. I got you, Bean bag. Beanie Bean. Oh, settings, right? And you go to channel, permissions, community. There you go. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Copy. There we go. Wait, it says beanbag, right? Is it other numbers?
I won't be able to resubscribe until Monday or Wednesday.
It's just beanbag, but why is it? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Something's throwing me off. It says just beanbag. But it doesn't show your picture. Why is that? Huh, interesting. It is interesting. Is there numbers? Wait, no.
Oh gosh, just later. LOL.
Oh, I know what it is. How do I do this? Oh, wait, I totally forgot about YouTube Shorts. Oh, wait, no one's over there. Actually, yeah, can you go to YouTube Shorts and say hi real quick? I don't know how to do this. Say hi on YouTube Shorts real quick. Let me see over there. I know I have all this stuff in here. That's crazy. Maybe it's probably a cavity. Let's see here. Okay. Till she figures that out, or top chat, I would say live chat. Okay. Till she says hi on thing, then I'll deal with that. Okay, so it says here that Wes says Ultimate Spider-Man stomping Batman and everyone else. I don't know if he means by sales or actual comic book, so let's see what he says. And then after that, we'll do an anime recommendation, and then we'll go place Marvel Snap.
Never gonna be solved. We need some answers. Let's do this.
We heard early on that Ultimate Spider-Man, the big relaunch happening in early January for Marvel Comics, had been a big success, a massive hit. I've heard from a lot of comic book retailers that the thing absolutely sold out immediately. A lot of comic book retailers have actually said Ultimate Spider-Man relaunch should have been even bigger, but people were a little apprehensive when it came to Marvel Comics and their launches and whether or not they were going to stick to it. It appears Ultimate Spider-Man does have some staying power. I do believe the absolute quality associated with Ultimate Spider-Man #2, and I did a review exclusively on Patreon a couple weeks ago, has something to do with that, and we're going to try and suss out exactly what these sales numbers are. I'm not going to be able to do that because we don't actually get that kind of data, but we do have enough information surrounding Ultimate Spider-Man to comparing it to some other titles and the entire month of February sales and where it ranks in there, to where we can kind of come to an idea of just how successful Ultimate Spider-Man number 2. Here's the hint. It absolutely beats the shit out of Batman. It beats the shit out of Thundercats number 1, which is acclaimed for being, like, I guess, the best-selling Dynamite comic book of all time, and basically everything else. It is destroying everything and is absolutely the hit.
No wokeness? That's crazy. And it's doing well?
Really,
crazy! Ain't that crazy that the Ultimate Spider-Man comic book that's recently been published with no wokeness is doing so well? Whoa! That's crazy. Never thought, huh?
We all needed, because there's just been this dearth of anything out there to get excited about other than the Energon universe obviously occurring at the very end of 2023. And now we have Ultimate Spider-Man, a character that everyone knows, and we're getting the version of Peter Parker Spider-Man that we've all been asking for, begging for 20 damn years. And I think the fans, the Marvel Comics readers, the Spider-Man fans, just comic book fans in general have told them, yes, please, we know what we actually want. If you deliver it to us and it's pretty good, that's exactly what we're actually going to buy. Peter Parker, married to MJ, 2 kids, becoming a superhero. This is what people ask for. And Ultimate Spider-Man number 2 outsold Batman 144 in comic book stores last week, according to the Bleeding Cool weekly bestseller list compiled by over 140 direct market comic stores from their Tuesday to Friday sales. Ultimate Spider-Man outsold Batman by a ratio of 5-3, an enormous victory for Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man over Batman Joker Year 1. That is a fantastic ratio. For those of you who do not know, typically when they would do the comic book sales rankings and everything, they basically did the Batman index. And whatever Batman sold was 1.0. And then whatever percentage you had was based on that going down. And if you outsold Batman, you would have like a 1.1 ratio or something like that. As an example, if Batman sold 100,000 copies and you sold 110,000 copies,
did I notice that? Did you notice that I added your Twitch channel on mine on suggestion? I did not know you can do that. I didn't know you can do that. You can do that? Oh, I didn't know you can do that. I'll do the same.
Batman index for Batman would be...
I'll definitely do the same.
1.0, and your comic book would be 1.1.
I didn't know you can do
kind
that.
of thing. But in this case, I guess the Bleeding Cool bestseller list is
I was pretty sure you can do that on YouTube, but I didn't know you can do that.
being indexed on the best-selling title. Obviously, Ultimate Spider-Man number 2 being the best-selling title is the 1.0, and then everything underneath it is based off those sales. And Batman being at a 0.59 basically is 60% of the sales of Ultimate Spider-Man number 2. That is a huge win. We all know that the number 1 issue always sells much, much greater because you get the publicity, you get the speculators that jump in there looking for something that might be valuable in the future. You get all the ratio variant covers and all that kind of stuff, and all the stories are doing exclusive variant covers and all that kind of stuff. And then you get a lot of attrition through issues number 2 and 3 before it kind of settles out at issue number 4 and then steadily kind of declines over time. There are some comic book titles that don't have that steady decline. Amazing Spider-Man being a pretty damn good example, Batman being another example. The reason that it's always been the Batman index because it is a very steady selling title. It's always near the top kind of thing. And for Ultimate,
it happened. We got the house!
Thank you.
2,000 miles away.
I appreciate
Spider-Man,
you
who absolutely pants the shit out of Batman Joker Year 1. I guess that's part 3, I believe. I believe that's part 3. Really says something about the interest and the quality of Ultimate Spider-Man number 2 that people are coming back because these aren't based on sales to comic book shops from the publishers. These are based on comic book sales to the customers, the ones that actually went to the store, physically paid for the comic book, and then walked out. So these are based on sales to customers, and that is a very good thing because Ultimate Spider-Man number 2 is a fan-fucking-tastic comic book. It's everything that everybody ever wanted from Spider-Man over the last 20 years. As we've been telling Joe Quesada and then Axel Alonso and now CB Cebulski, please, this is what we want from Ultimate Spider-Man, and Marvel Comics obviously need a hit. And hopefully DC Comics will be able to follow in kind. We do know that they have their own version of an Ultimate Universe with Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman coming out. Do not know that it'll be as successful as Ultimate Spider-Man because I don't think those books are actually going to be giving people what they wanted. I don't think those books are delivering something that people have been pining for 2 decades at this point. They're actually just giving you kind of weird versions of heroes that, for the most part, don't make a whole lot of sense. But we'll get to that when the details are actually out about this DC Ultimate lineup. Now, we can take a look at the success of Ultimate Spider-Man #2 in a bigger scale picture. If we take a peek at the February sales rankings from ICV2.com, based on Comic Hub point of sales data from 4 February until 2 March, we see Ultimate Spider-Man #2 sitting in the top spot over Thundercats #1, a comic reported to have sold over 170,000 copies to retailers. Thundercats had 47 unique variant covers that accounted for over 70,000 of the order. Ultimate Spider-Man #1 was also the 25th best-selling comic book in February, despite being released on 10 January. It is no small feat that Ultimate Spider-Man #2, obviously outsold Batman 144 and 143 and 142, all came out in the same month. It was Joker year one. It's no small feat that it actually outsold Dynamite's biggest selling comic book of all time, Thundercats #1, which had 170,000 in pre-sale orders. A lot of it based on exclusive variant covers and stuff like that. But just on the A cover, I think it's at 90,000. Do I believe, based on Comic Hub data and all that stuff, that every single one of those 170,000 copies were sold to customers, during the month of February?
No.
Absolutely not. That is a lot of comic books. That is a lot of orders based on variant covers and ratio variants and all that kind of stuff. But it likely sold a lot of them. It did sound like it was a popular comic book. I don't think that Thundercats will be in the discussion with Energon or Ultimate Spider-Man moving forward, because I just don't think the quality was there. I don't think Declan Shalvey is actually a good writer. And for the most part, sadly, Dynamite do not seem to be interested or take hiring competent writers very seriously. I think they're more interested on doing variant covers and stuff like that. But that's just my opinion of the publisher.
Okay.
Not a very good comic book. But Ultimate Spider-Man #2 outselling a pretty hot comic book is no small feat. How many copies do we think perhaps Ultimate Spider-Man #2 might have sold, knowing that it outsold Batman, the perennial best-selling ongoing series in comic books, 5-3? I think there's a good chance on issue #2 that Ultimate Spider-Man #2 might have sold like 150, maybe 155,000 copies, would be a mind-numbingly awesome number for Ultimate Spider-Man, considering that it's supposed to be an ongoing. It makes sense that I do have a feeling, or I've had a feeling lately, Batman has settled into that like 80 to 90,000 range as far as comic book sales to comic book retailers or whatever. And it would kind of make sense for that number. So there's a good chance, a very good chance, that Ultimate Spider-Man #2 actually sold, put into the hands of customers, over 150,000 comic books, which is an enormous win. And I do hope the retailers are able to sell all the variant covers and, the 1 in 25s and the 1 in 50s and the 1 in 100 and all that stuff, and are making a shitload of money because they went through a terrible 2023 where Marvel and DC were putting out nothing of note, nothing that was really interesting people for the most part. It was people showing up, paying for Batman, paying for Spider-Man, and a couple other titles that they're used to paying for, going home and not being excited about comic books. I think people are legitimately excited about Ultimate Spider-Man and what it portends. Now, we also did see Ultimate Black Panther in there for the #1 issue, was actually outside the top 10. There was a lot of positive buzz about Ultimate Black Panther, but it does not appear that Ultimate Spider-Man and all that success is transferring completely over to Ultimate Black Panther. Hopefully there's some staying power, because I do think Brian Hill is a good writer, and I think Stefano Caselli is an amazing artist. But unlike Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate Black Panther isn't really giving people something that they've been clamoring for 25 years. I don't think people have been, at home going, God damn it, why won't Marvel just give us Killmonger and Storm as a couple? Why can't we have Okoye and T'Challa married? They are certainly giving us stuff that's different, but it's not stuff that people have been asking for and begging for 2 decades, like giving fans the Peter Parker MJ marriage with kids and all that kind of stuff, which I do think is certainly one of the reasons that people are excited for this. But I just think the quality is really there. It is really high quality stuff. And I do have some bad news. I don't want to get into it now. Let's get into some good news, some more good news, before we get into some of the bad news on why this might not be everlasting, or why it might not last all that much longer. But before then, I know this isn't a Transformers or Energon Universe vid, but we do have to acknowledge Transformers #5 outselling Amazing Spider-Man in February, an event tie-in comic book. Cobra Commander #2 staying inside the top 15 at #13, and Duke #3 at #33. Although it was released on February 28th, are huge wins. Keep in mind, anytime a comic is released in the last day or two of the month, their actual sales rankings are deflated in comparison to how they've done in other months. The Energon universe is definitely the second hottest thing in comic books today. And thank goodness there's something else that's hot out there. But Transformers competing with ASM for the monthly sales, like that's a huge achievement for Image Comics and Skybound and Daniel Warren Johnson and everybody involved with the Energon universe. I will caveat, just like Duke #3, I believe Amazing Spider-Man 44 might have been a final day of the month release, so those numbers might have been deflated. It probably did end up selling better than Transformers #5, like in the long run, but probably not by a lot. And just having a top 10 selling title that's doing that well is awesome. And obviously the G.I. Joe stuff is awesome. And it's good to see, because comic book shops and comic book retailers have been waiting for some hotness, something that really had some staying power to really help out comic book shops and get people in there excited to go and check out other wares and go out and check out other comic books out there. Now, here's the bad news with all this, with Ultimate Spider-Man and with the Energon universe. And it's something that I think is going to come back and bite Marvel Comics in the ass, and it's something I think that's going to come back and bite Skybound in the ass, is people, the publishers themselves, weren't thinking long-term when they decided to do these projects. They weren't thinking Ultimate Spider-Man might reinvigorate the entire line. We need to have a 3-year plan. From what I'm told, and it's a very reliable source, Jonathan Hickman and Marco Cicchetto are only contracted to do 12 issues of Ultimate Spider-Man, 12 months of work. If that is the case, and they both leave the project after 12 issues, that will have been an enormous folly on the part of C.B. Cebulski, Tom Brevoort, and David Gabriel, and everybody else associated with Marvel Comics, not seeing that this thing was going to be hot, that it was going to be important, and was going to be vital to the long-term success, or even the medium-term success to Marvel Comics. Ultimate Spider-Man being hot could last and be a top-selling comic book for like 8 years, if it's well done with the right creators. I don't expect that Marco Cicchetto would stay on the title for 8 years, but you would hope that maybe they could get a couple years out of him and maybe 3 or 4 years out of Jonathan Hickman if it was doing it. Same thing with the Energon universe. From what I'm told, Daniel Warren Johnson has...
I'm not too surprised that it might not last too long, because whenever anything like that tends to do very well, it always has a way for it to be taken very... It's like all the good stuff tends to be taken away pretty fast at a very breakneck speed. This is why I kind of fear for the idea
Sent
of...
you 3 pictures on Insta to show you how it look alike. Suggestion your channel on mine.
Okay.
My other way to be supportive and show my appreciation too.
Okay. Okay, I'll talk about it in 2 seconds. Look, give me 1 second. It's because of that very reason. This is why I look at what do you call it? One Piece as the live action Netflix One Piece as a one-hit wonder for one season, and I feel like the other seasons are going to be kind of like mid or extremely upsetting. Because I think things like the live action One Piece tends to set a very strange expectation when something was not expected to do well. Because when it's not expected to do well, and it does more than even was expected, to the point that it's getting so much critical acclaim, that's when the sequels will suffer eventually, or one way or another, because people are going to compare it to season 1 compared to season 1 ever, right? And then it really depends on the writing and if how true they're going to stay to the project and all this stuff. So like when you have the same, will the same people be on the same project by season 1? Will the same people be on the same project contracted in next season 5, 6, 7, 8, even if they get to like 8 seasons, because they can't finish the show out Oda, because there's no ending so far on One Piece. There is an ending coming, but like it's not out yet, or the manga's not done. So like, they can't just end the show, right? Unless they cancel it. So like, till Oda finishes, unless he was okay with the idea of the live action, because it's coming to its end, which I believe it is. I don't know if the Egghead arc is the final arc or one of the last few arcs. I think there's probably like an arc after Egghead arc, or 2 more. I believe either like 1 or 2 more, and then that's when he's probably gonna finish the show, and then you're gonna have the remade version of it like they did with the Naruto one. So I don't know, we'll see. But as far as I see it, will the same people, I'm not talking about the actors, the same director, producer, and stuff like that, will they still be on board till season 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Because remember, they made a season of 8 episodes, so that's a season. Can they do 10? Because that's 8 times 10, that's 80 episodes, right? Because they have to skip and make sense of everything of what's happening in One Piece in such a condensed way for it to even have the staying power it does. So like that's where that problem comes in. That's where this makes it scary. I don't think Oda should have did the show till the show was actually to its near ending, but it is what it is.
He's only been contracted to write 12 issues, obviously illustrate 6. He's being replaced by Jorge Corona after the 6th issue as the artist, and I'm told that there's going to be a new creative team on issue number 13 as a writer and artist on it. Same thing with Duke and Cobra Commander. I'm told Josh Williamson is only contracted to do the 4-issue miniseries there, and he's not really supposed to be doing stuff long term, or at least if they had plans for that, they haven't signed the contracts yet. This short term thinking, this idea that everything is a miniseries before it even launches, is going to be the death of fucking Marvel Comics and DC and the entire industry. These are ongoing books. They are not graphic novels. These are not miniseries. These are the things that are supposed to keep people coming back to their shop, and testing out other things and hopefully discovering that Green Lantern is really awesome right now. We're hopefully discovering that up until the last issue, Incredible Hulk had been a really good comic book. We're hopefully discovering that TMNT Saturday Morning Adventures is really, really cool if you like the cartoon and all that stuff. And go out there and hopefully blow up the sales on some other stuff and really be the rising tide that lifts up the entire industry, because that's what Ultimate Spider-Man has the potential to be for years upon years. That's what a well-constructed, well-curated, well-executed Energon universe could be over the long term. But they have not thought about that. So that is really the only bad news I have in all this. Hopefully, they'll come back to the table. They'll offer Jonathan Hickman a raise and say, hey, we need you to stay on for 2 more years. We want you to do 3 years minimum on Ultimate Spider-Man. I imagine Marco Cicchetto, I think I've heard a rumor that he has another project that he's already contracted for, which kind of makes sense. If you don't have a contract, that Jonathan Hickman will be looking for their next projects or whatever. Hopefully, they get back to the table and they can lock some of these guys down for the long term. And I know this was mostly a positive video, and I've got lots of great things to say about Ultimate Spider-Man and Energon and all that stuff. But the death of periodic comic books is going to be short-term thinking, not thinking about these as long-term ongoing projects that should be lasting years upon years and really be steadying the entire comic book industry and raising sales all across the board. It's short-term thinking, treating Ultimate Spider-Man and Transformers and G.I. Joe in the Energon universe as all just a bunch of mini-series and bringing new creators on left and right that is going to turn everybody off and kill off the staying power for any of this stuff, in my opinion. Hopefully they come back to the table. Jonathan Hickman, due to the success of this, is probably going to want some more money. But at this point, he probably earned it. And it's really Marvel Comics' fault for not signing him up for 2 or 3 years to begin with. I don't think Marco Cicchetto probably comes back after the first 12 issues because it sounds like he has another project. At least that was the rumor that I heard. But I would love to see him come back too, because I think Marco Cicchetto is one of the things that makes Ultimate Spider-Man a really good series. And it's one of the things that I was most excited about was Marco Cicchetto illustrating a Spider-Man comic book. But that is going to be the death of comic books. These guys treating everything like it's a 4-issue fucking miniseries, not realizing that Ultimate Spider-Man with superstar creators probably was going to be a phenomenon within the comic book industry. I do want to say thank you very much and invite you to come over and check out the Patreon, because we have way more conversations about comic books and geek culture and all that kind of stuff going on over there. We are not constricted to the time constraints that YouTube puts on us. We get to go for 2-3 hours at a time on the podcast there. Awesome guests like Aaron Sparrow, Doc, Jim from Weird Science, yours truly. The most fun to be had in all of comic book geekdom is on the Thinking Critical Patreon. I invite you to go check it out right now.
I know that Bri really likes it when we do the, what do you call it, the anime recommendations, but I don't think we'll be able to get it today because it'll be 10 by then. So I'm gonna stop it from here, and we're gonna go and play. We're we're gonna go play what do you call it? We're gonna go play Marvel Snap. So I'm going to restart the stream or so. And I'm gonna keep working on these. Wait, I did another one. What the I know I did another one, didn't I? No. Chopper! There's Chopper. I did this just for the hell of it.
It's okay, I'm pretty busy tonight.
Okay. Let me go check what Star sent me. She sent me something on Instagram. She sent me something.
Okay, you see the pictures as you restarts then.
Oh. Okay. While I'm offline, check out. Oh, okay. That's a thing. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that was a thing on Twitch. I gotta put that up there. Starlight suggests these streamers. Oh, that must be a new fucking feature. I've never seen that unless I've never used it. Jesus, that's cool. Okay, I'll definitely put you on my suggested peoples. Okay, thank you for that, Star. I do appreciate it, love. That is amazing. Thank you so much for that, hun. That's amazing. Didn't know that was even a thing. It must be something I never even checked on, or they put it added and I just never knew till now. Thank you for letting me know. I need to explore more back on Twitch. I stopped exploring a long time ago, so that's probably my downfall in that.
May the stars sprinkle stardust on your dreams tonight, lighting the path to a world of endless creativity and joy.
Thank you, hon.
Good night, and may your sleep be as magical as you are.
Oh, thank you. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Copy. Paste. I just realized I had so many of them. I didn't even know. All right, I'll put these in their own designated place later. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn off the stream, and we'll be right back. We're gonna play some Marvel Snap. If you don't know what that is, it is a card game. It's super simple and fun to play. If you want to check it out, that's fine. We're not gonna play Genshin. We're gonna play Marvel Snap and see how I do. Haven't played in a while, but I still remember how to play it. So let's see if your teacher can win some games and all that great stuff. So we'll see. I'll be right back.